Good afternoon. Welcome to the Senate Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. I'm Cheryl Kagan. I am the vice chair. The chair has a hearing in another committee and has asked me to pinch hit for him until he comes back. Before we start, just wanted to flag a couple of things. First off, more and more senators do have bill hearings in other committees. So if they are not on the screen, that does not mean they are not interested and not paying attention or reading your testimony at another time. Second, we encourage you to avoid using acronyms because you're trying to make your point and you want people to understand what it is you're talking about. So if you use an acronym, please define it. Maybe more than once so that we don't have to interrupt you or lose track of what it is you're talking about. Third, want to flag the timer, which does show in the screen. At present, the primary witness gets 5 minutes and the other witnesses get 2.5 minutes, and we will interrupt folks if you exceed your time. We will cut you off in order to move things along. We have
really quick, Senator Kagan, yes. Are we going to keep with what Chair Penske and Senator Lamb did yesterday with the 2 minutes for other witnesses aside from the lead proponent?
So we are still tweaking things around on that, and we may tweak them again once we go live next week. But yes, we can do the 2 minutes. What we were doing was depending on the number of witnesses that it signed out, fewer witnesses get more time. But we can do 5 and 2, and that is totally fine. I think there's nothing else that I've got to say. Oh, one more thing. If your first name and last name are not in your Zoom box, if we could ask you to rename yourself in the upper right corner of your personal Zoom box, just so we know who it is who's speaking to us, that will help us get you in the room, keep you in the room, and all that. And if you've got an affiliation you want to share, you can put that in parentheses if you like. With that, we can begin our hearings. And the first bill is Senate Bill 14. Senator Elfreth will kick us off, and then we have witnesses to follow. Welcome back to EHE, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth here to present Senate Bill 14. And the bill should be familiar to this body. You've heard it before. It would create an annual appropriation of $750,000 to the Sustainable Maryland program. As I mentioned, this bill passed the Senate unanimously in 2020, but had an early death because of the early adjournment that year. But folks may be familiar with this great program. Sustainable Maryland, it was first established in 2011 at the Environmental Finance Center at the University of Maryland. It is a free outreach and certification program that helps Maryland municipalities and communities pursue their sustainability goals and environmental projects. It provides these jurisdictions with a comprehensive suite of policies, resources, direct support, and incentives designed to help communities advance a broad range of sustainability goals. A couple of notes here of its success thus far. Since its inception, Sustainable Maryland has registered 54% of Maryland's municipalities into the program, with 45 municipalities currently holding the Sustainable Maryland Certified designation. It mobilized and trained more than 60 green teams in municipalities across the state, from Garrett County to Ocean City. It developed local leadership by providing training and education programs that have collectively engaged more than 1,400 local elected officials, their staffs, and community members. It's certified and cataloged over 2,200 individual sustainability actions taken by these Sustainable Maryland certified communities. And lastly, but certainly not least, it assisted 19 communities with implementing their watershed steward programming for residents. Most notably, since the Senate last heard the bill in 2020, the Sustainable Maryland program has moved to collaborate more, not just with municipalities, but with homeowners associations, since a lot of our residents and communities are represented by HOAs throughout Maryland to progress residential sustainable practices, initiatives, and standards. So I'm just so happy they took it upon themselves, that initiative, to expand their reach. And we know, this committee knows that we need it. We are not going to meet our 2025 WIP goals or our water quality goals without fully engaging our municipalities, our HOAs, and our communities. Today, we're going to hear from local leaders from across the state who can attest to the success of this program and why state funding for the program is so needed. So with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully request a favorable report of Senate Bill 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth, for your conciseness and for bringing this bill back to us. We have a number of wonderful municipal leaders as witnesses today, so good job with that, Senator Elfreth. But before we get to them, we've got Mike Huntinghag as your primary witness. And Mr. Huntinghag, welcome to EHE. You have up to 5 minutes from Sustainable Maryland Environmental.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. Thank you very much, Senator Elfreth, for that introduction. My name is Michael Huntinghag. I work at the University of Maryland in College Park, and it's been my distinct pleasure to be the director of the Sustainable Maryland program for the past 10 years. During this time, I've crisscrossed the state, helping to organize green teams in cities and small towns from Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore, and providing them with a wide range of technical assistance to support their efforts to meet the state's various environmental goals. And me and my team have done all of that work soft funded. So at Sustainable Maryland, we know that focusing on empowering local communities is the solution to many of our statewide and indeed global issues. The program is really uniquely positioned to tackle these intersecting issues that challenge us today. For example, we're the only statewide program that organizes municipal green teams at the local level. We're also the only statewide program that provides technical assistance across such a wide range of sustainability issues, from energy to natural resources, to health and wellness, to local food, to planning and zoning and beyond. And finally, we've built this network of now over 85 municipalities all across the state who we help support each other in taking action to do bolder steps in their communities. So after 10 years, we think we can safely say that we've demonstrated the value and effectiveness of this unique program to help meet Maryland's ambitious environmental and sustainability goals. So SB 14 really is all about investing in the state's local communities and ensuring that they have the resources and tools that they need to tackle the urgent issues of our day: climate change, social inequity, strengthening local economies, especially in the last 2 years, and improving the overall quality of life of residents. So you'll hear more about what we do, but this is specifically what we do, and we do it very, very well, and we're the only ones doing it in the state of Maryland. This funding would be transformational for our program and by extension for the communities that we serve all across the state. So you'll hear from more local leaders about our assistance, but thank you very much for your time and for considering this legislation. You'll see amongst the written testimony a letter of support from more than 60 mayors across the state, which we think speaks volumes about the program. So we respectfully ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huntinghag. Next witness is wonderful Mayor Jake Day from the great city of Salisbury and president of MML, the Maryland Municipal League. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for having me, and always a pleasure to come before you and your esteemed colleagues, including my senator, Senator Carrozza. So good afternoon. My city is a Sustainable Maryland certified city, recertified in 2019. And Sustainable Maryland has helped us to become a better steward of the environment. Their objectives provide cities and towns as diverse as Salisbury, Bel Air, Berlin, Somerset, objectives and clear goals that are in parallel and designed to help us each strive toward the statewide objectives of making Maryland's water, soil, air, climate healthier. Since beginning to pursue Sustainable Maryland certification, we have appointed a sustainability advisory committee, or a green team. We've hired our first full-time sustainability officer. We've pursued and achieved bicycle-friendly cities silver certification status, Tree City USA certification, bird-friendly city certification, and bee-friendly city certification. We've become better stewards of our resources. We've adopted an environmental policy plan and a carbon reduction strategy. credit is really due to the small but hardworking team of advisors at Sustainable Maryland who have helped us to set achievable goals and to compare ourselves to our peers and to make sure that we're making progress toward those goals alongside those Maryland peers. With 40 certified and 85 registered cities and towns, more than half of Maryland municipalities are already engaged in Sustainable Maryland. And they've completed more than 2,500, as you heard from Senator Elfreth, more than 2,500 actions toward reducing greenhouse gases, improving health and wellness, growing sustainable businesses, and better managing our limited resources. The bill before you today ensures that Sustainable Maryland remains a viable aid and partner to Maryland's communities' environmental efforts. And they do so in a way that would never be affordable or possible on their own. So I thank you and encourage a favorable report on SB 14.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that the folks in Salisbury care about the birds and the bees. The next mayor, Emmett Jordan, a former president of the Maryland Municipal League, from the city of Greenbelt. And I just have to say before you start that the chair is very sad that he's not here to greet you personally, but know that he sends his appreciation and respect, and welcome to EHE.
Hey, thank you so much. I got to tell you, though, I've never actually ascended to the heights of Mayor Day as being a president of MML, but perhaps someday, maybe someday.
Okay. Sorry about that. I so remember you as that.
That's okay. I'm a pretty visible guy. Hey, so thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 14, which establishes the Sustainable Maryland Program Fund. This program has been an integral part of our sustainability efforts in the city of Greenbelt. Our first certification was back in 2014. We were recertified again in 2017 and in 2020. So we've been involved from the very beginning. The certification process really gives us, it gives us recognition for the actions that we take collectively. But the technical assistance, the resources, and the connection to a peer network has helped us adopt new practices and innovative sustainability solutions. For example, our affiliation with the program, it's helped us to adopt some real cost-effective strategies that have had significant benefits for Greenbelters. They have helped us in structuring and institutionalizing a number of our green programs. They provided us with best practice examples for written policies on green cleaning, green purchasing, lowering greenhouse gases, and electric fleet deployment. So just being able to convene the fact that that Sustainable Maryland has actually convened cohorts of municipalities like the one in Prince George's County around the Route 1 corridor. We've had some really worthwhile discussions and been able to implement some strategies around stormwater management and flooding. There's been some collaboration on actually creating a pollinator corridor along Route 1. So, the program has helped us to align our efforts with around climate change and mitigation and resilience around with our neighboring jurisdictions.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So, well, basically, just to urge you to support the creation of the Sustainable Maryland Program Fund. It helps us, and it helps us all work together. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, the chairman is so sad that he's not here to greet you personally, but he appreciates your leadership and partnership. And speaking of leadership and partnership, you all have heard me say a million times that I'm very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. And with us now, and the next witness is my friend, my mayor, Judd Ashman from the city of Gaithersburg. Welcome, Mayor Ashman.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Kagan, for the warm introduction, and thank you to committee members. We are also here to speak in support of the Sustainable Maryland Program Fund. And the program has been important to us as a metric for our own sustainability efforts, which are considerable. We achieved Sustainable Maryland certification designation in 2013, 2016, and 2019. And the in-depth certification review process not only provides recognition for actions that we're taking, but it provides value to us through the ongoing technical assistance it offers and connection to other jurisdictions for sharing sort of best practices in sustainability. In addition to the certification function, though, that the program is helping us in a meaningful way to build a culture of sustainability in our city. A recent example of this is when the Sustainability Maryland folks partnered with our staff to pilot a program to increase HOA and condo association awareness and participation, as Senator Elfreth mentioned, in watershed stewardship and sustainability activities. And we now have residents in 8 of our different HOAs participating. In fact, 2 months from now in April, Sustainability Maryland will host the second Gaithersburg Sustainability Summit for homeowners and civic associations. And we've received interest from a dozen associations, even now, when there's only 6 slots available, more interest than we can actually even handle. And when you see people that are inspired to action like that, you know the program really has legs. So I'll just wrap this up by saying that Sustainability Maryland is succeeding in helping move the needle in our community. We believe it's definitely worthy of your support. We thank Senator Elfreth for sponsoring, and I will leave it there and thank all of you for all that you do for our residents in our great state.
Thank you, Mayor Ashman. Come back to EHE anytime. It's always great to see you. And under budget, as always, right? You had 9 seconds left on your clock. And the last proponent who will be testifying is Jacqueline Goodall from Maryland Black Mayors, Inc. Ms. Goodall, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm coming to you to strongly support the bills, Senate Bill 0014 for Sustainable Maryland. I have been engaged in working with Sustainable Maryland even before Sustainable Maryland had gotten off the ground. Because I knew how important it was for the municipalities in Maryland to have something that was very similar to Sustainable New Jersey. Right now, you hear about the municipalities that have been engaged, but we forget that there's 72 other municipalities that are not engaged. There are a number of 85% or 85 of the participants are not certified. And this group, Sustainable Maryland, and the Environmental Finance Center has been so important to small towns like Forest Heights, like the members of the Maryland Black Mayors here in Prince George County that don't have the people to do the work that needs to be done. And that's where Sustainable Maryland has done. They have come in and helped those small municipalities become sustainable. So I hope that you will definitely consider a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Goodall, for your leadership and your concise testimony. I see that Senator Hester has a question. Before I recognize her and Senator Croza, I just want to mention, colleagues, there are 3 pages of proponents who have submitted written testimony. You can find that in your files. I'm not going to read them all, but just to give a sense for those who may be following along at home, the Sierra Club, the Maryland Catholic Conference, Do the Most Good, the Nature Conservancy, and the Maryland Municipal League are among the other proponents. And submitting an informational letter is the Department of Budget and Management. With that, Senator Hester, followed by Senator Carrozza. Senator Hester.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You'd think I'd be used to unmuting myself by now. I wanted to commend this bill's sponsor, Senator Elfreth, for bringing this phenomenal bill forward. I had a question for your first witness, who is the manager of the program. And that is, it seems to me like this is explicitly focused on municipalities and communities, but there is some, in the fiscal note, it talks about the certification processes. And yesterday we had a bill that was to start a pilot on certification processes for businesses. And so my question for Mr. Huntinghag is, do you currently work with any businesses on improving their sustainability?
Thank you, Senator Hester. That's a great question. So the model of the program began 10 years ago as specifically geared towards municipalities. Over that time, we've realized that we can replicate that template to other entities. We've begun in the last 2 years to apply that template to homeowners and civic associations. So we're expanding, as Mayor Ashman indicated, in Prince George's County and the city of Gaithersburg in that work. We also have a specific action that communities can get points towards certification if a municipality starts its own green business certification program. So we've seen that in a number of municipalities, Salisbury, Centerville, and some others. So we are helping to foster local green business certification programs around the state.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huntinghag. I'd love to follow up with you offline if possible.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Huntinghag. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I have a question for Salisbury Mayor Jake Day, who's wearing a couple hats as his MML presidency and his Salisbury mayor's hat. But I'm specifically want to ask him a little bit more about the green team and Go Local here in Salisbury. In Ocean City, some of the green teams have really exciting and fun projects, I might add, that pull people in, like the Adopt a Beach Club, that we do the beach cleanups in Ocean City. And I'm sure the mayor had some examples in Salisbury that not only, obviously are, great for the environment, but also have a way of bringing people together in community.
Senator, thanks for your.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you. And Senator, thank you for the question. So Mike mentioned one of the things that we're really excited about, which involves our green team in terms of nominations and evaluation, which is the Green Business Certification Program. But beyond that, we have 8 community gardens that are now up and running in the city, many of which are on city property, and we play a role from the management of leases, things like that, but also just supporting communities and neighborhoods in maintaining those gardens. We've also appointed a Secretary of Community Gardens, Martin Hutchison, who I know you know. We've also been able to host in 2019 and 20, not in 21, but hopefully again in 22, a Green Fest, which is an opportunity for our local nonprofits to participate, environmental nonprofits to participate in a gathering and demonstration of a number of things, from local businesses that provide for local food, services, environmental services, to really just talking about their function in our community. And the last thing I'd share is something called the Youth Environmental Action Summit, which is now 4 years running. So the Youth Environmental Action Summit takes young people from around Wicomico County, beyond the city limits of Salisbury, gives them an opportunity to demonstrate ideas that can then compete for funding. And the city of Salisbury is one of the funders that provides them a way to actually actualize their project, which has ranged from public education and outreach to community gardens to rooftop garden projects to alternative energy, solar projects, you name it. And it's really all been because of that outreach effort that our green team has been able to lead.
Thank you. I knew you would have some good fun examples to share with us.
Thank you, Mayor Day. Quick question. Oh, I see that Senator Patterson has a question. Senator Patterson, you can go first. I'll follow up.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I guess my question is for Mr. Day as well, but I'd like for Mayor Goodall to sort of chime in and help me out a bit, if you would be so kind to do so. I'm interested in the garden approach over at Forest Heights, Forest
Heights.
Forest Heights, yeah, okay. Thank you, okay. We've been struggling for a number of years, trying to get the basic things we need to have a wholesome type community garden going. In fact, we were in close proximity to elementary school. We wanted to bring the kids over to expose them to growing their own vegetables and those kind of things. But our dilemma is the fact that we, for whatever reason, can't seem to find the mechanism to have a water system, okay? And the seniors, they lug big jars and buckets of water down there to keep the gardens watered in the summer month. But I don't, I've called WSSC, I've been in contact with them. They promised to get back with me on it. I can't seem to connect there right now, but it's a very lovable, upcoming community. The seniors are engaged, the young students are engaged, and we just can't seem to get that other component to have some type of automatic type of watering system. Can you help us out or direct us or tell us how you got yours done? Mayor Goodall, you were sort of the champion of this when you were there, and we're still trying to get it going.
So, Mayor Day, if you have some suggestions for us, we would gladly entertain those. I know you're right, we have been trying to get this garden with water since it began. I don't understand it. I fought with WSSC, and it was a WSSC site. So the piping is there. I think it's the cost that WSSC wants to charge us, the here in Forest Heights, to connect to the water system. What is the problem? And so if you have some suggestions, Mayor Day, about how we can overcome this, because the cost that they're repeating to the town is like $20,000 for water in an area that was their pumping station. So we know that the pipes are there.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think we're seeing here in real time just how valuable the program is, because it's sharing best practices and sharing kind of trial and error between municipalities. And I think that's the brilliance of the program, that we're learning from one another and spreading that goodwill across the state.
Perfect. So I'm guessing that Senator Patterson will be following up with Mr. Huntinghag and Ms. Goodall after this hearing sometime.
Will do. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you for all the good work you did do when you were serving as the mayor there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. I had a quick question based on Senator Hester's question for Mr. Huntinghag. You were talking about businesses. I just want to find out whether you're also including nonprofit organizations. If you can answer that super briefly, please. Are we in the business of certifying nonprofit organizations? No, but we are definitely in the business of connecting municipalities and green teams to the relevant and helpful nonprofits that exist in their regions. We do a lot of work trying to connect communities to those type of resources. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Appreciate it. With that, let's see, Mayor Jordan, I just want to flag, I already gave you some shout outs and stuff from the chairman, but since the chairman's back, I just want him to be able to add anything or say anything before I hand the.
If Senator Patterson or Ms. Goodall would like to, offline contact me, I've got a few suggestions. The cost, WSSC it's expensive to put those pipes in, and Greenbelt, we've had community gardens since the founding of our city, but the rain barrels are a good solution. So contact me offline and we can talk a little bit.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I want to welcome Mayor Jordan, a longtime friend and renewed mayor of the great town of City of Greenbelt, who's doing a great job there in one of the first planned communities in the United States. So thank you for joining us today, Mayor.
Absolutely. And with that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 14. Thank you, Senator Elfreth. Thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, Senator Elfreth, we're going to stay with you. We're going to move to Senate Bill 411, the Ed Kesmeyer College Investment Plan, State Matching Contribution, Age of Account Holder. We have the good senator from Annapolis, followed by Robin McKinney. Welcome back, Ms. McKinney. Followed by, we have information. If there are any questions, Aaron Layton can answer questions, but we normally don't have information purposes, people testifying. So, Senator Elfreth, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth here to respectfully request a favorable report of Senate Bill 411, legislation that will close an additional loophole in our critically important 529 Save for College Investment Program. Another bill, perennial bill, or issue rather, that this committee is very familiar with. Over the last 2 sessions, the General Assembly has taken swift action to maintain the integrity of our state's 529 program, all while ensuring it remains one of the most generous plans in the nation. Folks are familiar with its mission. Its goal is to make sure that low and middle income families can save for their children's higher education. So the last 2 years, we've made the following tweaks. In 2020, we added budget language to restrict the number of state matches a beneficiary could receive in one application period to 2. And in 2021, this body passed Senate Bill 779 to make several changes to the program, including setting a lifetime limit of $9,000 in state contributions to an account holder. We used the adjusted gross income rather than taxable income for determinations on the program. We required both the account holder and beneficiary to be Maryland residents. And finally, we required the beneficiary in an account to be under the age of 26. So big cleanup bill last year to close a lot of loopholes, frankly, close a lot or prohibit a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse that we were seeing throughout the program. Passed that bill last year, and wouldn't you know it, one more loophole popped up. And that's why we're here today, to close that last loophole. This loophole would ensure that an account holder who is at least 18 years old that the account holder themselves has to be 18 years old for this program. This is a response to an uptick in custodial account applications that the 529 program has seen over the last application period, indicating that after account holders each reach their $9,000 state contribution limit, an account holder, in this case a parent, would then open an additional custodial account in which their child is both the account holder and the beneficiary. These newly created custodial accounts are then eligible again for that maximum state contribution. So this loophole allows individuals to sidestep the $9,000 state contribution limit that we set last year. But most importantly, it also leaves the children in the account unable to get future state matches as their contribution limit has already been met. So we're setting up children in this case, they're already going to reach their lifetime contribution match limit. When they become of age, have children, and want to open their own accounts for their children, they would be unable to. So this bill, it's a bit of a convoluted way of explaining a simple issue. We've closed that last loophole and once again ensure the integrity of this critical program for Maryland families. So the witnesses here can go into great detail, but I respectfully request a favorable report of Senate Bill 411. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Since there's only one witness, if you don't mind staying around, let's hear from Ms. McKinney. And then we'll use both of you if there are any questions. Ms. McKinney, welcome back to EHE.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 411. My name is Robin McKinney, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Cash Campaign of Maryland. Cash Campaign promotes economic advancement for low to moderate income individuals and families in Baltimore and across the state of Maryland. More than half of the folks we work with earn less than $20,000. I'm here to say one, thank you for your support last year to close the loopholes. The Save for College program is an incredibly successful program that is helping thousands and thousands of low income and middle income families to access college, many of whom for the first time. It's a really important program, and we thought we had whacked all the moles to close all the loopholes, and this last one has come up. I want to talk a little bit about the urgency around this, is that with both the loopholes we saw that were closed last time as well as for this one, is that there are communities, unfortunately, who are mobilizing themselves anytime this a loophole is found or created. They are mobilizing quickly. There is more than an 800% increase in custodial accounts just in a single year. As soon as people realized that this was an opportunity, they were making calls to Maryland 529 to see if this was allowed. And in fact, we have all seen copies of emails that have been distributed primarily through private schools to share with parents step-by-step exactly how to set up these accounts where their children are the account holder. So there's definitely some urgency to close this program. Again, I just want to underscore how successful and generous and important this program is, and I urge your favorable report on this bill to close this last loophole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. A question for the bill sponsor, Senator Elfreth or Ms. McKinney. Pretty straightforward, no opposition. Seeing no questions, I want to thank both of you for testifying and putting in this bill. That concludes the hearing on 411. We're going to move to Senator Hester, Senate Bill 4, Cybersecurity Scholarship Program alterations and Maryland Cybersecurity Loan Assistance Repayment Program establishment. There are a number of witnesses, and I can tell you both oral and written, they were all favorable. There's no opposition. So while we welcome your testimony, we won't object if there's a me too as well in there. And please, please, please try to be additive. If the point's been made by a previous speaker, just add additional comments that you think have not yet been heard. With that, we'll start with Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the introduction, and we will be additive. This is a great bill, and it's already been funded. So for the record, it's Senator Katie Fry Hester, proud to represent District 9. And I'd like to thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 4, which would expand the current cybersecurity public service scholarship and establish the cybersecurity loan assistance repayment program. Because this committee has had a number of briefings on cybersecurity, I'll skip the history that we've experienced this year following the state incident at the Maryland Department of Health and all the local counties and cities that have been suffered from attacks previously. And I'll go straight to the solution. When we look at agencies and other governments and we ask, why are these attacks happening? One of the challenges we hear is that the staff positions are not all filled. And so in looking at this and trying to find a solution, I've been working with the administration, and I'm delighted to see that the additional funding for the cybersecurity scholarship program has been boosted up to $1 million annually. And while this is a good start, there are some tweaks to the program that that this bill will enable. So first, the existing public scholarship program is slightly restrictive. Students can only receive the scholarship for 2 years. They must attend college full-time, and they may only work for the state. And these trends don't accurately reflect the trends in education. So SB 4 would expand the program to address these concerns by including part-time students, allowing students to receive the award for 3 years, and by adding community colleges, county governments, and municipal governments to the list of eligible public service requirement employers. The second part of the bill establishes a loan assistance repayment program, and this is based on Maryland's own Janet L. Hoffman program. This would make it possible for a student graduating this year who wasn't able to benefit from the scholarship to have their loans fully or partially repaid by the state if they take a public sector IT or cybersecurity job. This additional benefit would dramatically increase the competitiveness of our currently unfilled state and local jobs at a time when public salaries are much lower than private sector ones. Both of these programs are aimed at retaining cybersecurity professionals and developing future workforce such that our public entities have a top-tier talent pool to draw from. In my view, these programs are essential to protect our critical infrastructure and Marylanders' data. I did want to point out that there is, as you said, a long list of testimony, including testimony from the Attorney General, MACO, MML, and several counties. And then I do have a sponsor panel of three folks, Mr. Harrison, Mr. Rosenbaum, and Ms. Cornish. And so I'd respectively request your favorable report on Senate Bill 4 and turn it over to my panel.
Thank you. We'll start with Douglas Harrison from UMGC.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chairman Kagan, and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to support SB 4. I am Doug Harrison, Dean of the School of Cybersecurity and Information Technology at the University of Maryland Global Campus. And I'm here to support the bill as a whole, but I want to speak to one specific provision, namely opening the Scholarship for Service program to part-time students. We believe this change in the program would enhance equity, serve diversity, and to the state's advantage, expand the talent pool from which it could select scholarship awardees. So first, equity. Part-time students constitute a very large proportion of the student population of the state, and we believe that they should have the same opportunity as full-time students to apply for the Scholarship for Service program. For the fall of 2021, the University System of Maryland reported that more than 66,000 of its students were enrolled part-time. That was 40% of the University of Maryland system total statewide student headcount. For Maryland community colleges, the headcount and the percentages are even higher. These data don't include part-time students at private nonprofit institutions across the state, but even so, it's clear that the current program excludes a very large number of Maryland post-secondary students. Second, extending the eligibility to part-time students would augment the effort of bringing underrepresented and historically excluded populations into the cybersecurity field and into public service. In the case of University of Maryland Global Campus, for example, more than 80% of our students are part-time, more than half are women, and 43% identify as Black, Hispanic, American Indian, or Pacific Islander. This data suggests that this profile is typical across the United States part-time student population in general. And so finally, expanding the program eligibility to part-time students would add a large recruiting pool, both rich in talent and likely to be very interested in the program. Again, at UMGC, as an example, more than 80% of our students matriculate on a part-time basis. And in the fiscal year of 21, the university awarded nearly half of all of the University System of Maryland's bachelor's and master's degrees in cybersecurity related fields. Under SB 4, some number of future graduates like these would likely be headed to work in the Maryland public sector and the terms of scholarship and under the terms of the Scholarship for Service program. The same could be said of part-time students graduating with cyber related degrees from other eligible institutions under the program. So expanding the program to part-time students serves equity, promotes diversity, benefits the state by significantly expanding the size of the talent pool from which it can recruit promising students. Longer version of my testimony is submitted to the record. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to support the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. We're going to go with all the proponents and then we'll hold questions till afterwards if there's no objection. Let us go to Brianna January, followed by Bill George.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee members. For the record, my name is Brianna January, and I am representing the Maryland Association of Counties, also known as MACO, in strong support of SB 4. As always, you have my written testimony, so I'll be brief. MACO applauds Senator Hester for this timely and strategic bill. As the bill sponsor and other witnesses have noted, the bill comes as local governments in particular are vulnerable to cyber attacks, and also at a time when we've struggled to fill critical roles to prevent such attacks. So that said, counties applaud the two paths set forward in SB 4 to incentivize cybersecurity professionals to pursue careers with county government, both of which Senator Hester has fully explained. With those reasons, MACO supports SB 4 and urges a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. January. Mr. George.
Thank you to the chair and members of the committee. Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League here today in support of Senate Bill 4. To try and be additive, municipal governments offer a unique opportunity for cybersecurity professionals. It's an interesting balance between the needs of the governmental units for protection of their data and assets, while also working sometimes with moderate to severe cost constraints. And by having these students have the opportunity to work for municipal governments to fulfill their work obligation, it fulfills an immediate need of getting professionals out in the work environment early, as well as giving them a flavor of what it's like to work for local governments generally. So with that, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Let's go to Mark Lopker, followed by Tasha Cornish, followed by Mike Rosenbaum. Then we'll take questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Sherry. I'm here for Mark Lopker from the National Cryptologic Foundation. We're here to support Senate Bill number 4 as well. I'm the business director at the National Cryptologic Foundation, and the mission of the foundation is to educate the public on the importance of cryptology and cybersecurity to defend our nation. To do this, we focus on educating the public, especially the nation's brightest young minds. As a nationally reputed provider of assured quality cyber educational resources, our efforts to help to reduce cyber workforce deficits and shortfalls in current skills, thereby promoting cyber professionals as a fulfilling career choice. According to cyberseek.org, a national initiative for cybersecurity education, which provides detailed, actionable data about the cybersecurity job market, there are over 21,000 cybersecurity job openings in Maryland. Most of these jobs require a college education. Thankfully, Maryland has 18 institutions of higher education designated by the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security as centers of academic excellence in cybersecurity. The demand is there. The institutions to educate and train potential students is there as well. So why do we still have over 21,000 critical cybersecurity jobs open? One factor among many is access to these institutions, and the most negatively affected are students from underserved communities. We've said it before, but it bears repeating as often as possible. Higher education has never been more important, and it's also never been more expensive. By supporting scholarships, you're providing a lifeline to talented but underserved students, and this bill will foster awareness and garner increases in the number of students seeking a cybersecurity education. These scholarships and awareness programs stimulate higher graduation rates and address the cybersecurity workforce deficits. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chairman, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity for the Foundation to submit testimony and to speak today.
Thanks. Next on the list that I described.
Great, thank you. This is Tasha Cornish here, Executive Director of the Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. We're a professional association here in the state with 600 plus members dedicated to advancing cybersecurity through advocacy and collaboration. We work closely with our local governments, state governments, higher education, and public schools to advance our field together and strengthen the security posture of Maryland institutions. It's our pleasure to be here today to fully support this bill. Just to add some additional context to what Mr. Harrison was speaking about when it comes to underrepresented groups, by expanding the eligibility from 2 years to 3 years, this bill would additionally help recruit those folks to the industry and to these jobs specifically. They are most affected by having to drop out of school due to economic disadvantages, and expanding that scholarship would be incredibly impactful in improving this field. Also, I was on a call recently with many CTE educators from around the state, and requiring the MSDE to provide high school students with this information about the scholarship would be very helpful. None of them had heard about this, so I know that this additional push to get this out to high schoolers would be great. So that's, I'll keep my comments brief. I've submitted my full testimony here, but thank you. I cannot reiterate enough how important this bill is to attract folks to these roles that are at an extreme disadvantage compared to private industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornish. Mr. Rosenbaum, welcome. I hope you've had a breath after your busy fall. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you so much to Senator Hester for introducing this important legislation. Thanks for having me. As some of you know, I'm an entrepreneur, have hired a couple thousand people in Maryland, and I apologize for the grim setting. I'm actually in isolation in my guest room because I have COVID, which has led me to the conclusion that I needed to decorate my guest room more. But I'm really grateful to be here in support of the bill. I'll speak really on behalf largely of private sector entities for the importance of this bill. I'm a Baltimore City resident. Obviously, I'm sure you're all familiar with what happened at the Department of Health. The ransomware attack on Baltimore City obviously had significant impacts on the operation of the city, but also on private sector institutions that exist in the state, and what we need from public sector entities in order to be able to thrive and grow. And so the importance of filling these jobs so that we can be secure, so that our public sector institutions can be secure, is critical not only for the core functioning of our public sector institutions, but also for the private sector's ability to thrive and grow in the state. The other thing that's particularly important about this specific legislation is one of our key needs is to be able to keep talent in our state. The folks who learn in this state need to be able to stay in this state so that they can work for public sector entities and potentially private sector entities over the course of their careers. And so this moves us forward on that point. And so I'm incredibly grateful to the committee for considering it, to Senator Hester for her important advocacy of this bill. And thank you again for having me here to help support it.
Thank you. Is Mark Loeffler here? I don't see him.
No, Mark is not here. Jackie Sherry, I spoke on his behalf on the National Cryptologic Foundation.
Okay, thank you. Questions for any of the speakers? I see the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're only supposed to do questions, but just a point of, for a moment, I just want to say what a joy it is to see Mike Rosenbaum here. He was a wonderful, thoughtful, engaged candidate for governor and just brings such great joy and perspective and experience into any room that he's in. And I just hope we can count on seeing you and learning from you on this issue and many others in the future. Isn't that so, Mr. Chairman?
We'll let that go, Madam Vice Chair. Are there questions for any of the witnesses? Obviously, there's no opposition. Seeing no questions, that concludes the hearing for SB4. Thank all of you for your patience and your willingness to testify. So,
thank you all.
Yes, we can wave goodbye. Senate Bill 79 is Senator Bailey. Have you joined us? Yes, you have. Okay, this is Higher Education Senatorial Scholarship Program Accreditation. Senator Bailey, welcome back to EHE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very happy to be here today and address you and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, Senator Bailey representing St. Mary's in Calvert County. Today, I want to talk to you about Senate Bill 79, Higher Education, Senatorial Scholarships, and Program Accreditation. This bill alters provisions of law relating to awarding senatorial scholarships to students to use at out-of-state colleges and universities. Under current law, these funds can only be awarded to students who will be studying in an academic area that is not available at a college or university in the state. Senate Bill 79 would require an in-state program of study to be accredited before it can be considered a comparable program. I think you all remember this bill from last year, but 2 years ago, my Senatorial Scholarship Committee met to consider applications from outstanding students from throughout my district. One student who was awarded a scholarship believed the program of study that they intended to pursue was not available in Maryland and requested to use the funds to attend a school outside of the state. Upon review of the student's request for unique major status, it was found that a program offered at a Maryland school was considered to be comparable despite the fact that it had not yet been accredited. In order for a school to apply for program accreditation, the program must exist for a few years before it can be evaluated. When my office inquired to the Maryland Higher Education Commission about the issue, we were told that the law as written does not allow MHEC to consider accreditation when evaluating comparable academic programs. I have no doubt that the school's program will be successful in becoming accredited, and I strongly agree with the goal of ensuring Maryland's taxpayers' money remains in Maryland. However, it is incredibly difficult to go back to this constituent and make them choose to either enroll in an unaccredited program or lose the financial aid from their senatorial scholarship. I don't believe that this is fair or that it is our intention to ask a student to make this serious academic and financial commitment to an unaccredited program. Senate Bill 79 is an emergency legislation so that this change can go in effect before this year's scholarships are awarded. This bill is identical to Senate Bill 249 from last Senate, which passed not only your committee, but the Senate unanimously. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 79. Thank you for your consideration. Available to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. I think the committee felt it was a good bill last year, and hopefully they'll say it's a good bill this year. Any questions? Pretty straightforward. We heard it last year, and I think we responded appropriately. With that, that concludes the hearing. Senator Bailey, thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving as soon as we can. I don't know what happened in the House last year. Hopefully that can be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to the Senator Ellis hour. We have a number of bills from Senator Ellis. We're going to start with 89. That will be followed by 136, which will be followed by 254, The first bill is University System of Maryland Regional Higher Education Center, Charles County. Start with the good senator from Charles County. He will be followed by Ian Hurd. And then we will take questions for the proponents, including the good senator. Then we will go to the opponents, Eileen Abel from USM and Patrick Hogan from USM. Okay, Senator, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues. Record Senator Arthur Ellis from District 28, Charles County, and I represent geographically around 90% of the county. And I roam around Charles County. I listen to constituents, and so I hear so many concerns about the lack of our higher education center. I decided to put this bill in. I will forego my slides, and instead of an hour, Mr. Chairman, I'm aiming for 30 minutes. So I'll forego the slides. So I just want to say that we had a higher education center in Charles County, in Waldorf, that was taken from us. And some people say stolen from us and moved it to St. Mary's County, 45 minutes plus south of Waldorf. Why is that? We all went through this body funding the historically Black college and university settlement over the last few years, where the University System of Maryland deprived its historically Black schools of proper funding. We took care of that. And I asked for you to take care of this issue that's hidden in Charles County up until now. Let me say, what is the reason why they take it from Charles County? I'll be direct with you. I'll tell you about the Charles County public school system that funneled most of students into higher education. The Charles County public school system now, K through 12, is almost 60% Black or African American, 10% Latino Hispanic, 8% two or more races, 3+% Asian, and 23% white. Charles County public schools and the children in our school system that funnel into higher education are overwhelmingly majority minority. And this system had a higher education in Waldorf. And as the community changed, it was taken away way south to St. Mary's County. It's a 45-minute drive from Waldorf to St. Mary's County, the center. These kids, when they graduate from high school, of course, they all those years got on the big yellow bus. So they don't have transportation. It's very hard for them to even get around Charles County now. How will they get to St. Mary's County? This higher education center that was in Waldorf, when it was majority white, serviced a smaller population. Charles County is the third largest, fastest growing county in the state. And as we grow, we lose resources. And so this bill simply say, University System of Maryland come up with a plan by next year, and in 2028, implement that plan. This is about justice. This is about equity. And this is about ending higher educational decision that's based on race and racism. Yeah, I'll say it again. It's based on race and racism. And I would love to bring our higher education institution back. I spoke to the folks who own a nice big building in Waldorf that was built specifically for this institution that is now sitting empty. It's a modern building. You know, the NAACP and others have met in there also when it was open. We have the facilities there. It won't cost a lot of money. We have the building there. It was leased by University of Maryland. And, you know, we need to build up that resource because we also have a large base in Charles County, the Indian Head Naval Technology Center. Thousands of engineers work on that base, thousands. And we need to bring back higher education to tie in our population to workforce development in Charles County. It's a shame that they're telling us, you'll hear that they'll say, oh, they can drive to St. Mary's. We have this nice stuff in St. Mary's, almost $1 billion campus there. Well, you know, I say my constituents are saying unacceptable. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I bring Senate Bill 89 and colleagues and ask for your consideration in the vein of the HBCU settlement to settle this bill and to bring back the Higher Education Center to Charles County. And I ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and
Thank you,
colleagues.
Senator Ellis. We'll hear from Mr. Hurd, and then we'll open up the questions to both of you. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Chair Pinsky and senators of the EHE Committee. It's my pleasure to be here today. So in Charles County, I serve as the student member on the Charles County Board of Education. We have voting rights in Charles County, so that bears great responsibility. However, today I am speaking on behalf of my personal capacity as both a senior and a student leader in the community from what I've seen. And I just wanted to speak today and really emphasize the University of Maryland belongs to all of us. And I think we all agree on that. But currently, as it plays out in Charles County, I have seen countless seniors time and time again face that difficult decision of, is the University of Maryland for me? And I think we all know in our hearts, we want our seniors, no matter where they are in Maryland, to view this as their primary option. And as it stands, looking at the statistics for the Higher Education Center in St. Mary's County, I believe the statistic was only about 25% of students enrolled there are from Charles County. And Charles County is by far the largest county in Southern Maryland. So while this is a Southern Maryland center and it serves Southern Maryland, I believe that Charles County itself is still an underserved population and that there's more that the state could be doing to make sure that Charles County citizens, specifically our 18-year-olds and our seniors, have the opportunity to call themselves a proud Terp. I think that's something we all deserve. And just to close my remarks, I really wanted to emphasize the degree to which there is a disconnect, in my opinion, between the College Park campus and the Baltimore County campus and our Charles County seniors. And to that effect, they're kind of stuck in this Goldilocks zone, where, as Senator Ellis said, they have 45 minutes down to St. Mary's for the Southern Maryland Center, and then they have an hour or so drive, depending on commute, up to College Park. And so there's no option that really speaks to this very large and growing community. And I think it's essential that, and I hope that this committee will decide on a favorable report for this bill, so that way we can serve this underserved population and give our Charles County residents the access to higher quality education that they do deserve, and that we can all call ourselves Terps and be proud Marylanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Questions for Senator Ellis or Mr. Hurd? I don't see any. Thank you. Let us go to the opposition. We'll start with Patrick Hogan from USN. Mr. Hogan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 89. For the record, Patrick Hogan with the University System of Maryland. The USM agrees with the goal of Senate Bill 89 to make higher education more accessible for citizens in Southern Maryland region, including residents of Charles County. But we do have concerns with the way Senate Bill 89 seeks to achieve this goal. In order to help inform the committee's deliberations on the bill, I want to offer some background information on higher education centers in the Southern Maryland area. And I want to start by talking about the Waldorf Center. The Waldorf Center was an MHEC center administered by UMGC, but it was under the auspices of MHEC, not the USM. And it only offered limited courses. The other institutions that offered courses at the site, aside from UMGC, were Towson University, Notre Dame of Maryland University, and the College of Southern Maryland. None of the institutions offered a full program there. In April 2020, due to dwindling enrollments there and in order to better serve students, UMGC and the other institutions that were at that center made a request of MHEC to move the center to the campus of the College of Southern Maryland in La Plata, still in Charles County. In the letter to MHEC, the institution highlighted the expanded classroom capacity, superior facility, and proximity to CSM as important benefits of that new location to better serve students in Charles County and the Southern Maryland region. The move also made sense because UMGC is the largest transfer institution for students at the College of Southern Maryland. I also want to give a bit of background on the center in St. Mary's County, formerly known as the Southern Maryland Higher Education Center, now known as the University System of Maryland at Southern Maryland. And I'll try to quickly go through the history of the center, but there is more detail provided in our written testimony if you take a look at that. This RHEC was established in the 1990s. This wasn't moved from Charles down to St. Mary's. This was established in the 90s. And it was an MHEC center as well. It was not part of the USM. It was established primarily to offer advanced degrees to employees of the Patuxent River Naval Air Station. The center started offering bachelor's degree programs in the 2000s, but they were very limited. Through legislation passed by the General Assembly, the center was merged with the USM in 2019 with an expanded mission to better meet the needs of the Southern Maryland region. And the center became the USM at Southern Maryland, or USMSM. The expanded mission of the center does, it not only serves St. Mary's County, but the mission is to serve the entire region, including Charles County. The new SMART building, which was many years in the making and with strong support from the state, which we certainly appreciate, opened in October of 2021. We were very fortunate to have a number of members of the General Assembly attend that grand opening, including President Pro Tem Melanie Griffith, Speaker Adrian Jones, and Senator Ellis as well. Thank you for being there. Now, we've examined the needs for higher education in the Tri-County Southern Maryland region.
Mr. Hogan, you're going to have to.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I will wrap up. The bottom line is with the center and the increased mission and goals of the center that exists already in Southern Maryland, we think that's the best approach to expand post-secondary opportunities in Charles County and the entire Southern Maryland region. So we would ask for an unfavorable report on SB 89. Mr. Chair, I know that Eileen Abel, who is the Executive Director of USMSM, is also on the panel, and with your permission, would ask her to offer some more information.
Okay, Ms. Abel from USMSM. Originally I thought it was a misprint, but USMSM is exactly it. Ms. Abel.
Thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Eileen Abel, and I serve as Executive Director at the University System of Maryland at Southern Maryland. And yes, that is a mouthful. The merger of this regional higher education center with the university system was a decade-long endeavor to meet the regional needs of bachelor's degree preparedness and of a closer alliance between industry, the Department of Defense, academia, and researchers. The addition of the new 84,000 square foot research and classroom building represents a significant investment by the state and the region to pull those efforts together. That commitment, along with the center now being part of the university system and administered by our flagship university, affords the unique opportunity to serve the entire region in new and exciting ways. And just to make an important note, the center works with 6 university partners, not just the University of Maryland, which only offers one program down here, that's in engineering, in order to maximize options for students. Chancellor Perman has been very explicit in his charge to the center. We reach out to traditionally underrepresented students, those with limited resources, or from families who never considered college going an option. We offer them close to home, affordable, life-changing educational pathways to family-sustaining occupations. So the message is essentially start at the College of Southern Maryland, which is our primary feeder institution, and finish here at the center. Save money, obtain a degree, get a job. The demographics of the region are certainly changing, and our outreach and access work is expanding to ensure that all students can participate in the opportunities of higher education in the region. And COVID has certainly given us a bit of a hiccup, but we take this outreach and inclusive work quite seriously. So we're working with employers across the region to identify work-based learning opportunities for students who choose to complete their degrees at the center. For example, in Charles County, we're working with the U.S. Bomb Tech Association and with Naval Surface Warfare Center Indian Head to expand the engineering pathway, which, by the way, has long been heavily enrolled by Charles County students. We're developing a program in conjunction with NOAA and Charles County Schools STEM coordinators around drones and drone technologies, particularly at Title I schools. And we're working with our university partners to offer or expand programs that lead to those high demand, high wage jobs in areas like nursing, IT, cyber, business, education, and engineering to meet Charles County and other regional needs. So given the investment, the mission, and its partnerships, USMSM can meet the needs of higher education in the area, including Charles County. And we believe that an additional center in Charles County would merely diminish the effectiveness of both. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Questions for the opponents? Either any of the two from USM, Mr. Hogan, or Ms. Abel from USMSM. Questions? Senator Ellis, you're muted, sir.
Thank you. I only unmute with permission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, you know, those are great presentations. So my question, Mr. Hogan, what would the University System of Maryland lose by having more educational opportunities? Like the young man Ian Hurd said, you know, what's the loss? Why the opposition to increase access? Why is it such a painful thing?
Senator, I think, as you just heard from the center's executive director, I think there's a worry of trying to stand up two centers. The center in St. Mary's, which again serves all three counties, it was a long time coming. It just became a USM center a few years ago, and it was a long time coming, and it takes quite a bit to stand that up. And I think that's the main concern. Just trying to make both centers successful, we think would be a challenge. And so we think it's more appropriate to focus on the center that's existing with the mission, of course, of educating students in Charles County as well as the rest of the Southern Maryland region.
Okay, and thank you for that, sir. And so your focus is on the center, and my focus is on helping people actually get an education. And so the question is, you know, and I don't think you answered, why wouldn't it be possible? But I had a meeting with you, I think last week, a couple weeks ago. I'll follow up because the need is there in Charles County. And so I will not take any more time of this committee. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to ask that question.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the bill on the University System of Maryland Regional Higher Education. Thank you all for testifying. Let's go to 136, also Senator Ellis, College of Southern Maryland, Charles County campus transition to Charles County Community College. We will start with the sponsor, Senator Ellis. He will be followed by David, either Gary or Jerry. I hope I don't butcher that too much. Then we will go to the opponents. Theodore Harwood, Maureen Murphy, Sean Coates, and George Bedell. We'll start with the sponsor, Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman Pinsky and Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. I'm Senator Arthur Ellis, representing Charles County, and I here present Senate Bill 136. And again, it's about higher education in Charles County. You'll see that the presentation that I've outlined, similar to the Regional Higher Education Center being taken out of Charles County, there are resources being pulled out of the Charles County campus of the College of Southern Maryland, closed down, shut down, and taken out. And so the community came to me and asked me to address this issue. And I thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. And so, you know, you will have people saying, hey, you know, it's not efficient, you know, it's not true. And this program will be, it's just being renovated, and the aquatics is just, we're going to bring it back. And, you know, and when stuff is closed for a long time, when things are gone, when you hear this, it's shocking that folks are allowed to get away with this. And they come, and could I just say, I've heard these rumors. I wrote the administration of College of Southern Maryland, and I've been given, how should I say, to be nice, answers haven't been truthful, I'll put it that way. The elected senator, folks reached out to me to understand and communicate what's going on in the community, and dissemination had been happening. And so the thing is, since this bill has been filed, I have so much outreach, requests for outreach, and it never happened before. And so I appreciate this platform to bring this issue. And it's not just making a statement, but we want education back to Charles County. Like mentioned earlier in the prior bill, the county has changed. And as the county has changed towards majority Black and Latino and Asian Americans, these resources are disappearing. People are saying, hey, why is it not here? So I just want to say, bring this to the attention. It's an issue. And I tell you, a lot of folks who came to me with this issue have been intimidated from coming to testify. I've been told, threatened with their jobs. And so it's really is a technique and intimidation that is not, as a veteran, I'm not proud of what's been happening. But you know what? It is what it is, and we can handle it. So Lamoria, could you please bring the slide up? And so let me go quickly through some of these issues that have precipitated me for this body. Thank you, Lamoria. And the purpose of Senate Bill 136 is to, next slide, please, is to, have Charles County people run the community college in Charles County. Right now, 3 counties are make it up. 2 very Republican counties, the Board of Commissioners of St. Mary's and Calvert, all Republican, all white men, no diversity, nothing. And we're outvoted in Charles County. And I'm not intimidated by that. And that's why they've been able to get away with taking away our resources from Charles County, they being the CSM. Next slide, please. This bill is important because it will educate Charles County students. Next slide, please. Okay, what has CSM done in the recent years? What have happened? The aquatics program has been shut down. You'll hear them say, oh, no, Ellis is making that up. But I hope it's open right now. But unless they say that, it's shut down. Child care facilities shut down. Oh yeah, we can't afford it. That's where folks who want to go to school, working moms, working dads with the family, drop their kids off. And I do believe that was a Judy Center. The Judy Center, we had actually, Judy Centers are covered in the Kerwin Bill, Blueprint for Maryland Future, to get additional funding for those young folks in Judy Center. And that center is shut down. STEM programs that were removed from the campus in Charles County. There was a industrial training facility in Waldorf, and that's gone out of Waldorf. Removing 15-week courses, a lot of complaints from professors at a town hall meeting, early January. Professor students were on that meeting saying, hey, they're faced with teaching these tough STEM classes instead of 15-week traditional program, it's 7-week classes. And they have to appeal individually to please allow us to teach this class in 15 weeks and instead of 7 weeks. Imagine taking anatomy and physiology if you are a nursing student. That's a tough class. Imagine taking physics in 7 weeks. I was a STEM major at the University of Maryland College Park. I took a couple of classes in the short semester over the summer. It was biochemistry, and I worked full time taking those classes, and I did well. But it's very tough to do those STEM classes, all those classes in a 7-week period. And these things happen with no public notice, no public hearing, nothing about these changes. And it's just, take it. We can do what we want to do. And so my answer is like, no, you cannot do what you want to do. You just cannot abuse my constituents like that. Of course, with diversity officers, a bill is coming up talking about diversity officers. A lot of them passed through the College of Southern Maryland. One diversity officer was doing her job, and the leadership didn't like it. So I hear she was escorted off campus by security officers, treated like a criminal or something, unacceptable. And I mentioned the nursing program earlier. Several students have reached out to me in the nursing programs, how they've been mistreated. And they're pursuing, at various stages of pursuing lawsuits against the CSM for discrimination. It's just so many problems. And I would be amiss if I not do anything and bring it to attention to increase the educational opportunities for all the people of Charles County. Next slide, please, Lamoria. Charles County Community College will offer all of the same degree programs. The buildings in Charles County will revert to Charles County Community College. Okay, it's all owned by CSM. It was Charles County Community College years ago. And so if CSM want to dismantle programs in Charles County, well, get out of Charles County then. Get out of Charles County. You don't like being here. You don't like educating our children. You don't like, basically building up programs in Charles County. Well, just leave, and leave it to the community to have a Charles County Community College to take care of Charles County young people. That's the goal. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. And I hope I was short and concise with my testimony. And thank you, Mrs. Chairman and committee members for your ear. And I request a favorable vote on Senate Bill 136.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. You represent Charles County well. David Jerry, and I hope I'm not butchering your name. We'll hold questions, committee members, till after the last proponent speaks. Please.
That's Dave Gary. That's close. That's close. My name is Dave Gary. I'm a Charles County business owner, farmer, and a part-time faculty at the College of Southern Maryland. I support the bill before you. It would recreate Charles County Community College while retaining the Regional College for St. Mary's and Calvert counties. The value of a community college is its focus on the community. When that relationship is strained, both suffer. In this sense, bigger is not better. I fear that amid declining enrollments and changing demographics, the College of Southern Maryland has lost its way. This is the reason for some of the missteps we have seen. The legislative analysis of the bill forecasts no loss of student funding and enrollment as a result of this bill. The bill would return a significant element of local control without jeopardizing students' access to higher education. Thank you for your attention.
Questions for either Senator Ellis or Mr. Jerry?
Mr. Gary.
Gary, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Gary, let me ask a question. I'm going to ask it both of the proponents and the opponents. And I thought you said you were a businessman, I think. I hear the term economy of scale. And I guess my question to you, do we know how many students would be needed at Charles County or wherever it was located in Charles County to make the capital investment, to make it, I hate to say worthwhile. Education is always worthwhile. As Senator Ellis said that, we should take every opportunity, obviously, to expand education. But we also know setting up institution costs money. And sometimes institutions amalgamate because of economy of scale. Rather than having 2 counseling centers or 2 HR departments, you do 1. I also understand the 45-minute travel time. So I guess my question is, to create a freestanding institution, which I think every county should have the right to create their own, but you also have to look at the cost-benefit analysis. And I guess my question is, do you know if a study has been done as to how many Charles County students would attend and what the capital cost might be? I don't want you to quote figures. I understand that. I'm not trying to, and you can take the first cut and then we can go back to Senator Ellis on that. I'm going to ask the same question of the opponents as well, because once you start an institution, you sort of want to hold on to the status quo. So that's my question.
Of course, I have no idea off the top of my head what the capital, what the changes in capital investment would be. I do know that the formula for adjusting a capital investment would change so that St. Mary's and Calvert would get a greater percentage of the capital investment budget. Charles County would be reduced. I know that. However, the economies of scale on one side, I think, are balanced by the duplication of effort on the other side. There's no, a larger institution creates larger staff, larger administration overhead. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one relationship to say what bigger is better. I don't see that. I don't see that from the perspective of a very small, very minor, part-time associate professor. I don't see that larger is better. I really don't.
Okay.
Thanks.
Senator Ellis, you choose. Like I said, I'm going to ask it to the opponents too.
Yeah.
If you want to say anything, obviously you have a full right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. And so the thing is, the transition would not involve large capital costs. The buildings that are in Charles County belongs to the Charles County citizens. We have beautiful campuses in Charles County. That belongs to Charles County citizens. They will not sell the building to us. It belongs to us already. And they will not pick it up and dismantle brick by brick and take it. They can dismantle the programs. Well, they've done that already, my constituent is saying. But the thing is, the bill as written is very fiscally neutral in that the faculties and staff will transition with all their benefits. Now, the opponents of this bill going around saying, well, oh, people will lose their jobs, people will lose their benefits. This bill says the opposite. Unfortunately, folks get away with those lies because people don't read the bill and read the newspaper articles. But the bill says no one will lose any benefits. No one will lose any status, tenure status. They will choose. Will you go to St. Mary's, Calvert, or will you stay in Charles County? And so the buildings will stay the same. The professors will be the same. But the focus of the Charles County Community College will be building up resources in Charles County instead of shutting things down and moving things out and not communicating with the citizens about these changes. We owe it to our children, sir. So the answer to your question is very fiscally neutral as far as facilities and capital costs.
Let me follow up if I could, Senator Ellis. And again, you might not know this, and maybe this should be for the people from CSM who are coming up in a minute. How many Charles County students are enrolled at CSM now? And what do we think? Do we think that would go up and by what percent if it's brought home? And are the current facilities, do they have enough capacity for those students?
And I do not have that answer, but I could say that from what I'm hearing, because of the changes in the access to classes at CSM and programs at CSM, Charles County participation has gone down. And that's what I have heard from faculty members and others and students saying that they have to seek other alternatives.
Okay, thank you. Senator Washington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I was in Budget and Tax representing our committee on another bill. So Mr. Gary or whoever asked, I forget the history. I didn't know of the history. Was there a community college of Charles County and that now this is the community college of the 2-year community college of Charles County? I mean, is there a community college? Yeah.
In 2000, the community colleges were consolidated into the regional college of Southern Maryland. Prior to that, there was a Charles County Community College, an independent unit in itself.
Okay, and
Does that answer your
so
question?
is there again regionally, is there a St. Mary's Community College and my geography, who else is right there? Adjacent.
Calvert.
Calvert, thank you. Or does this serve as the community college for those 3 counties?
There is no, as far as I know, there is no existing community college by itself. There are facilities, college facilities in both those counties, Calvert and St. Mary's, as well as Charles County.
Yeah.
So Senator Ellis, are you, if I do my, you're saying that there's no separate community college for Charles County?
Correct.
And
Correct.
And I just want to understand where we're, and there's no separate one for the adjacent 3
Right.
counties.
Yeah. So according to Mr. Gary, 10 plus, well, 20 years ago, there was a Charles County Community College with campuses in Calvert and St. Mary's. Went to this regional model. The governance structure became very wacky. The largest county in the region, which is Charles County, was underrepresented in the governance structure.
Okay.
And also, I add, there is a St. Mary's College of Maryland. You might be thinking of that in St. Mary's County. And so along with campuses for the College of Southern Maryland in St. Mary's County and Calvert also.
Oh, so is there no, and this is my last one on this, and I think now I'm caught up. So is there no campus in Charles County? Is there a community college campus in?
Yes, yes, Senator. There is a College of Southern Maryland campus in Charles County.
Okay.
So what precipitated this bill to be brought forth is the removing of programs and services from Charles County, shutting down the aquatics program, shutting and pulling out STEM classes, and just the removal of programs from Charles County. And it's not serving Charles County. The regional model is not serving us well.
I hear you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're going to move on to the opponents of this bill. We have, and I don't know if there's any order. I'm very flexible if you folks want to change the order. I have 4 people signed up unfavorable: Theodore Harwood, Maureen Murphy, Sean Coates, George Bedell. I am more than willing to go in whatever order you would like.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, this is Maureen Murphy from the College of Southern Maryland. If you don't mind, I'll go first, and I'll try to make my remarks brief.
That's fine.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Murphy. I serve as the president of the College of Southern Maryland. I'm a Charles County resident in District 28. There's a lot of reasons we do not support dismantling the College of Southern Maryland. They stem from really the transfer of assets, accreditation, and other issues. But I do want to address more specifically, I'm going to fast forward to some of the things that Senator Ellis has maintained. There seems to be a lot of misinformation out there, and I wish we had been able to have a conversation before this. First of all, regarding statements of moving STEM and health science programs out of Charles County, that is simply not true. We have not moved anything out of Charles County. We have been in a pandemic for the last 2 years. We're going into the 3rd year of a pandemic. Indeed, we have not had nearly on site what we would like to have. We have not moved programs. You can get the full gamut of STEM programs in Charles County. Secondly, we are getting ready to build a Center for Health Sciences. It should be open this fall, and all of the health science programs, all of the nursing, will be consolidated in our regional campus, our 2nd campus that is in Charles County. Also, we are very, very STEMmy. We have, despite the pandemic, stood up the National Society of Black Engineers and a Society of Women Engineers. We've also received over $950,000 from the National Science Foundation for STEM scholarships for STEM students. These would not be available because of accreditation reasons to a separate Charles County college. Secondly, we've received over $250,000 to help students in cybersecurity, which supports some of the earlier testimony that you had about another bill. And more than that, during this pandemic, CSM opened up the Velocity Center in Indian Head, which is a STEM-focused partnership based in Indian Head, which is in Charles County. And we launched that in the middle of the pandemic. So we also are looking at those economies of scale, of course. But most importantly, we are looking at how best to use the taxpayer dollars to serve current needs. The senator referenced some buildings that were shuttered. All of our buildings were shuttered in March of 2020. The physical education building was shut down for extensive repairs. It has $5.6 million in repairs that are needed. We don't anticipate, largely because of supply chain, that it would open before the fall of 2022. The pool operations have been problematic. They've been underutilized. When that building was built, we were the only pool in Charles County. Now there are 7. We are looking at local partnerships to see if we could keep that programming going. We are also exploring other options. Likewise, the Children's Learning Center, which is not a state or county funded enterprise, but something the college raised money for privately, closed during the pandemic. At the time it closed, only 5 children of students and 4 children of employees were in that center. We were running
Dr. Murphy,
yes.
You're going to have to begin to wrap up, Dr. Murphy.
Okay, I do want to say too that I'd like to mention that we have a lot of things here that are happening in this area that are really important to serve people during the pandemic. We are committed to equity, we are committed to excellence, and we have, as always, kept our doors open for dialogue about any of this. We do think this would be an irresponsible use of public funds and duplication of resources, and we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
And thank you. Again, I'm open to how you want to proceed, Mr. Bedell, Mr. Coates, or Mr. Harwood, whatever order you choose. We'll hold questions until we hear from all 4 of them.
All right, I'll go next. Thank you, Chairman Pinsky, Madam Vice Chairman Kagan, and distinguished committee members. My name is Ted Harwood. I am the former chair of the Board of Trustees for CSM. I'm testifying in opposition of State Bill 136, orally and in writing. I was appointed by Senator Roy Dyson to the CSM Board of Trustees in 2020, 2010, term limited, left the board June 2020. I served as vice chair for 2 years and chair for 3 years over the last 5 years of my term. I'd like to set the record straight on how CSM operates. First, there's something I need to discuss. Senator Ellis has been in contact with some local media, Maryland Matters, and his statements are, I quote, "But in Ellis's view, CSM tri-county structure favors the 2 rural counties and effectively shortchanges and disenfranchises the biggest Southern Maryland county and the one with a majority Black population. The trustees from Calvert and St. Mary's counties, he notes, are white males. Guess who gets outvoted then?" He continues, "But it's not just a black and white issue," he continued. "It's not about race. As Charles County is growing in size and diversity, resources are being pulled out. How do I get those resources back?" Resources are not being pulled out. We've got CTET in Hughesville. We've got the Lassie Center in Indian Head and Center for Health Services in Hughesville. Those are all the major capital expenditures we've done. And it'd be easy for St. Mary's County or Charles County to claim that that Charles is the beneficiary of these services. They are not. Trustees are appointed by each of the county's senators, 3 by Charles, 3 by Calvert, 3 by St. Mary's. We do not control how that selection occurs. During my last 10 years, we had 400 plus actions that have been voted on by the full board, with 399 approved by unanimous consent. Every voice was heard and considered. The one non-unanimous consent was related to remote participation in an executive committee, and that was an 8-to-1 vote. I have complete confidence in the current board chairman, Jay Webster, and vice chairman, Sean Coates, and their continued exceptional governance performance. If this bill passes in session, all Southern County, Tri-County students will suffer.
Thank you, Mr. Harwood. Either Mr. Bedell or Coates. Don't be bashful. Let's go.
I'll defer to Mr. Coates, please.
Mr. Coates, then.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members.
I am Sean Coates, Vice Chair, Board of Trustees, College of Southern Maryland. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 136. The Board of Trustees is the governing body of the College of Southern Maryland, which is comprised of 9 members, 3 from each of the Southern Maryland counties. 4 of the 9 represent ethnic minorities, 3 are women, and all bring a diversity of background, skills, and thought. We are the fiduciaries who ensure the college fulfills its mission and goals. We are ultimately responsible and accountable for the academic quality, planning, facilities, and physical health of the college. We do not believe Senate Bill 136 is in the best interest of the students or taxpayers in Southern Maryland. Dismantling the College of Southern Maryland would decrease access to students, create unnecessary and costly duplication of administrative services and educational programs, and add to the tax burden of all 3 counties. It is unnecessary duplication of administrative services. Regionalization allows for economies of scale and the efficient alignment of resources. All properties belong to the College of Southern Maryland and cannot be transferred easily. All accreditations and educational programs belong to the College of Southern Maryland, and all employees work for the College of Southern Maryland. A Charles County standalone college would have to build or buy buildings and hire employees. The College of Southern Maryland Foundation is a separate 501c3 that raises money on behalf of the college and funds significant numbers of scholarships to students. Those scholarships would not be available to students attending a different college. A separate college would need to get accredited, which is a multi-year process. Students attending the separate college would not have access to federal financial aid until it was accredited. Also, there would be no guarantee the college's credits would transfer. A separate college in Charles County would have to secure facilities, hire employees, and receive authorization to operate through the Maryland Higher Education Commission and the Middle States Commission on Higher Education, which is a multi-year process. As fiduciaries and stewards of public and tuition funds, we do not believe a separate college is in the public interest. Further, as representatives of Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's County, we are not sure how 2 community colleges would be beneficial for students of any of the counties. While it has come to our attention that some members of the community may have misunderstandings regarding the College of Southern Maryland, this bill does not address them. As always, we are open to conversations with our stakeholders. We sincerely appreciate the support of this committee as we continue our unwavering focus on student success, coupled with our resiliency in hopefully weathering this soon-to-be post-pandemic COVID-19 environment. We request that the members of the Senate Committee for Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs not support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Bedell.
I'd like to thank all the committee members for their time. My name is George Bedell. I'm a professor at the College of Southern Maryland for the last 20 years, also a Charles County resident, and therefore one of Senator Ellis's constituents. I'd like to share with you a letter written by the College of Southern Maryland Faculty Senate in opposition to this bill. The College of Southern Maryland faculty are writing to express our surprise and disapproval regarding Senate Bill 136. We were frankly stunned upon learning that a senator elected to serve and support Charles County would put forward legislation so clearly harmful to the residents of Southern Maryland and Charles County in particular. As educators, we find it particularly upsetting that this legislation is being proposed in the guise of education reform. To us, education reforms means fixing problems in a system that is badly broken. The College of Southern Maryland is not broken. Not only is CSM ranked highly both nationally and in the state of Maryland, we've twice been recognized by the Ashman Institute for the excellent work we do. This is an extremely challenging time in the United States for community colleges. Nationally, enrollments are down significantly, while state and local funding has diminished. Add to that the challenges of responding to an unprecedented healthcare crisis, and we have had many hurdles to overcome at CSM. We have responded to these trials with energy and innovation because we believe that that is what we do. It is fundamentally important to our community. Our college has the capacity to change the lives of Southern Maryland residents, giving them the opportunities that come with an affordable higher education, significantly more and better job prospects, the ability to attend a transfer institution, and the knowledge that expands worldviews and creates more engaged citizens. The senator's proposal threatens to take all of this away from Southern Maryland. In these difficult financial times, it is unclear how the college could survive such a reckless disruption of our infrastructure. Over decades, the college has thoughtfully built up the systems and personnel needed to provide education efficiently across 3 counties. We've also built curricula and attained accreditation as a cohesive unit serving those 3 counties. This cannot be unraveled overnight. Senate Bill 136 will leave chaos, create undue and inefficient replication of staff and faculty positions, and waste tuition dollars and public funds with no clear positive purpose or outcome. We are proud of the work the college has done, but we know that any institution can be made better. Senate Bill 136, however, doesn't make anything better for anyone. We sincerely hope that you will consider how dangerous this legislation is for our community. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bedell. We'll go to a period of questions. We'll start with Senator Washington.
Again, thank you very much. I did want to, because I'm unfamiliar with a regional community college. A lot of the arguments about scale and all that makes sense to me. I just want to ask a couple questions. Is the fee structure and the same, the tuition the same as our other community colleges, higher, lower? Is it the same?
Senator, that's a very good question. One of the things that is an economy of scale for a regional college is all the students in all 3 counties pay the in-county tuition rate. That's really important. And you asked earlier about numbers. 44% of our student body, credit student body, is from Charles County. Charles County has 61% of our square footage. So actually what we see is more people traveling from Calvert and St. Mary's County into Charles County than the converse.
And then just one other, I noticed, and this is just informational, it probably doesn't have, I saw that you have like an 8-week class schedule. Is that the only, are all your classes 8 weeks, or is it 16? Yeah, can you?
Sure. What we have found, and this is important because this is an equity initiative.
Right.
What we have found is we have scaled up. We've been offering 7-week classes for over 20 years. And we have found that students, particularly part-time students, we were talking about those before with the cybersecurity legislation, are really attracted to 7 weeks. They are much more successful and they can complete more quickly. Now, for people who are in a 7-week programming, they have 6 start times a year. They can continue year round. The traditional academic calendar really creates barriers for our low-income working students in that it presupposes a student who has the privilege to go to school full-time for 2 long semesters and take the summer off. 65% of our students are part-time. All of them are in the paid workforce, many of them working many jobs, and half of them report that they're the primary caregivers of members of their family. So this is to help them. The 15-week classes still do exist, and the ratio and the mix and the programming are decisions that are made within the faculty and the Division of Learning. They have an assessment program and they evaluate those courses. We've offered a lot of training for our faculty to help them do that, and we've scaled through this pandemic, especially. Thank you to the generosity of our funders, we've been able to scale support resources.
And then finally, I'm assuming your open admission, open enrolling admission. That's part of key to a community college, is that anyone that's a resident can pay.
I think you said rolling, which is something that we really haven't been before because there were only 2 start times. For our second fall term, which started in October, we had 700 students, more than 700 students who hadn't been enrolled earlier. I think that's a win. Before this, we would have had to tell them to wait until January.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much. I understand now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Kagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Murphy, I'm just wondering, I understand that higher ed institutions have fiscal responsibilities to the community as well as to their donors and students and all that. I wonder if these decisions were made for whatever reasons. How long had that research and analysis been going on? Were there public hearings? Were stakeholders notified? I'm concerned about Senator Ellis's connecting the dots between demographic changes in the county and programmatic changes. And I just wonder if you can help clarify from your perspective, if you believe, I assume that it's not the case. Can you help us understand that better?
Sure, and it's not usual, it would depend on what we were talking about. It's not usual for us to have public hearings about things, but we do have public discussions internally and with our external constituents. Many of our external relations have been really challenged through this pandemic, and I will own that. And some things have been, there have been some more moving pieces. The scale of the 7-week courses, for example, is something that even predates my tenure and has been going on for a very long time. And there's a body of national research that really supports it, as well as our own. Our own student success data confirm that. The faculty, the staff, there's a task force of faculty and student services personnel who proposed the implementation strategies, which we supported and went with. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the closing of the facilities, which is another issue that is important that Senator Ellis brings up. We shut down during the pandemic, as everybody did. And we had just begun engaging in our 10-year facilities master plan, which is required by EHE. We took that opportunity to do a deeper dive into the conditions of our buildings because nobody was in them. So there were things that we were able to look into that we hadn't been able to before. And so one of the things that we discovered was that our physical education building which was built in 1974, had some 1974 systems that were failing and failing fast. So with that, as everything else has begun to reopen, that building has not. Likewise, the aquatics program, which was very, very undersubscribed, was running a substantial deficit. When this building was built, the high schools used that pool for their swim teams. They now have their own pools. We had a physical education requirement as part of the general education curriculum. We do not have that any longer. EHE does not allow us to do that any longer. So really and truly, we did have some constituents who were using it for aerobics, and we did have a private swim club that rented the facility, but it was not getting the kind of use. We're open to partnerships to use our facilities because there's nothing sadder than empty, underutilized facilities, but it wasn't happening. But right now, I think we have time to have those conversations, to explore those possibilities, but the building is shuttered while it's undergoing repairs.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Dr. Murphy, then what I'm hearing is it's closed now for repairs. I get that, and that is totally not unique anywhere, anything. And then you're going to think about it and investigate and have conversations, and maybe you'll renovate and reopen. But
No. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. That's a very good question, Senator. No, we're in conversations now. We have been in conversations with other partners all along. If I may, as I said, we are always open for those, and we're hopeful that something can come forward. We don't know that yet, but those conversations have happened. The building itself, the pool is only one part of this building. It has many other parts. The building itself is unlikely to reopen to the public before fall of 2022.
Okay.
Supply chain is slowing that down. So that gives us more time to negotiate partnerships that might be beneficial to the community.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Patterson. Senator Patterson, unmute, please. I call on you. Senator Patterson. Okay, let me come back to you. I'll come back to Senator Patterson.
Okay, I'm gonna come mess up on me here. Yes, I had a question for Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, you made reference to the upkeep of the swimming pool building, et cetera. Do you maintain at your university an ongoing maintenance plan that will tell you where you are in terms of what needs to be taken care of every 6 months or every year, so to speak?
Yes, we do. We have an ongoing maintenance plan. We have a deferred maintenance plan. One of the problems that we have with some of our older buildings is there are things that are hidden in the walls that we are not aware of until they go. The advantage of going remote in March of 2020 was that we had that opportunity while nobody was in these buildings to really look more deeply into our systems and to be able to make better plans. We moved the priority of this building up to the top because we found that it had significant problems. So we are always looking at that. We have a 10 years facilities master plan, which has a maintenance schedule that goes out 10 years. And it's very detailed. It's pretty darned accurate, but we review that periodically with the Board of Trustees. We reevaluate our priorities. They're reflected in our local maintenance plan as well as our capital improvement plans.
And last question, do you count those buildings as part of your endowment? All the buildings, even if they're up to par or not, would they not be a part of your overall?
They are counted as an asset, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I've got one request and one question, and then we'll move on to the next bill. In terms of the request, I like to have a little data at my fingertips to better understand this. So if you could provide the committee with either a list or a map of the multiple locations and where they are in the tri-state area, the square feet at each location, the number of students enrolled at each location, and either, I don't want to have an extensive list of programs or courses, but the type of program or something so we can visually see, I'm a visual learner, just how they're spread out or not spread out and where students are going and where the buildings are located. So that would be very helpful, I think, before we take this bill up. So if you or your staff could put that together in the very near future, that I think would be helpful to the whole community. My second point, and this is a question, and I don't know who it goes to. I don't know if it's to Mr. Waddell or Mr. Harwood. You know, when Community College of Baltimore County outgrew its area and felt they had to expand and have another campus, they decided to build another campus. When Prince George's felt they needed some other locations in a fairly large county, they decided to expand to other jurisdictions. So life is not static. Some programs go up, some go down. Some populations of the areas go up, some go down. That's why we do a decennial census, and that's why we redistrict. So I guess my question is, yes, there is a consolidated tri-state campus or college, I should say. I mean, at what point might you feel that it is appropriate for a county that starts to undergo growth and have a need to break out and establish their own institution? I mean, many of the counties have their own community college within their borders. And while CSM may have provided the right size and model for that time, and it may be the right size and model for this time in 2022, I guess my question to you is, unless you feel this is the model for now and infinita, that we should always keep it, which I can't help but believe is not a good model and a good methodology. At what point would you support a county like Charles County going out on its own and establishing its own institution?
I'll take a quick shot at that. I would say that in a period of enrollment growth that is significant, your question I think would be relevant. You know, we're in the middle of a period of enrollment contraction. Every community college in the United States of America is in a, well, I shouldn't say everyone. What I can say is that the average right now is 11% contraction.
Totally understood. And I didn't ask about this bill this time because I said this may in fact be the appropriate model. But I just want to be clear that you are not wedded to the existing model and that at some point under some circumstances, it is appropriate for a county, whether it be Charles or St. Mary's or Calvert, to establish their own. And have you ever thought about what it would take for that to be in place.
I would support that any college that is looking to start up, do a complete feasibility study to really see if there is the population to support it. There's advantages to the taxpayers for a regional college, particularly in the capital program. The local capital match is only 25%. For a single county college, it's 50%. So I think that that is something that would have to be factored in. The trend nationally, because we are looking at a demographic cliff in our population, is for consolidation rather than expansion. However, I do live in Charles County. I am aware of its growth. And should that become substantial enough, I would support, anybody looking deeply into it and doing a full feasibility study to see what it entails. Right now, what this bill proposes is not practical.
We understand what the bill proposes. We spent 45 minutes talking about it.
Right.
I get that. And I just want to know what the future holds and the vision and what criteria we're considering. But thank you for your answer. Seeing no further questions, that concludes the hearing on Bill 136. Move to Senator Ellis's final bill. I could be wrong. College of Southern Maryland Vice President of Equity and Inclusion, Funding and Responsibilities. We will start with the sponsor himself. He'll be followed by Turner Coggins, then Danelle McClanahan and Makiba Clay. Then we'll take questions. Then we'll move on to Dr. Murphy again, Mr. McAvoy, Ms. Postel, Ms. Flowers Fields, and Ms. Sarah Marenko. So Senator Ellis, please present your bill.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Pinsky and members of the esteemed Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. Senator Arthur Ellis, representing Charles County District 28. I'm here to present Senate Bill 254 on the College of Southern Maryland position for equity and inclusion. And so I'll forego the slide memoria in the interest of time. And I thank my colleagues for your patience as we work through and listen to the witnesses with this series of bills. So these bills all about education for my constituents. We need to really make sure that our students at the College of Southern Maryland have access to a great education. And there have been an issue brought to me with quite a bit of faculty and staff and students at the College of Southern Maryland, and that there's no one consistently to go to anytime there are issues with equity and inclusion. The equity and inclusion officers have come and gone. Speedily, I alluded to that earlier in a previous bill. And so this bill would require the College of Southern Maryland to have a responsible official for equity and inclusion to be reportable directly to the president of the college with a solid salary worthy of that person's qualification and expertise to really work on issues. Folks have come to me, folks who are, how should I say, African-American, LGBTQ, it's like, I tell you, they're not being listened to. They're not being listened to at all. And they feel like they go to College of Southern Maryland to get an education. But a lot of them end up in a lawsuit. And they're like, we didn't go to college to file a lawsuit. We went to college to get educated, get a degree, whether it's a nursing degree or whatever. And so we believe that until we work out the issue with governance of Charles County Community College, College of Southern Maryland, we should have them take the equity and inclusion position seriously, and to have a person there that have the authority, have the salary to really take care of all the folks that somehow our society want to marginalize. And so that's the purpose of this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the rest of my time and ask for you for a favorable vote on SB 254.
Thank you, Senator. Can we go to Mr. Coggins, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and the Education, Health, and Environment Committee. My name is Turner R. Coggins Jr. I'm employed at the College of Southern Maryland. I serve as the co-pastor of According to the Word Church, and I am a member of the Historic Will and Helper Society in La Plata, Maryland. As a youngster in 1966, our family moved from a segregated town in eastern North Carolina to Southern Maryland. The first integrated school that I had ever attended was J.C. Parks in Bryan's Road. Though it was a challenging transition, this move provided a promise of progress. 56 years later, the fact remains that progress requires deliberate action, and our senator, Senator Ellis, is willing to initiate a bill, Senate Bill 254, that provides a much-needed directive for the College of Southern Maryland's Vice President of Equity and Inclusion. As a tenured professor of anatomy and physiology for 25 years, and presently as the interim associate dean of the School of Science and Health and department chair for science, I have experienced 6 highly qualified diversity, equity, and inclusion directors enter and leave the College of Southern Maryland in less than 10 years, accounted for several extended periods of time when the position was vacant. In 2009, Linda Morales served in the position of Executive Director of Diversity and Equity, or Equal Opportunity, for less than 1 year. In 2010, attorney Jeanette Harris served in the position of Executive Director of Diversity and Equal Opportunity for less than 11 months. From 2011 to 2015, Makiba Clay, upon insisting that her position report directly to the college president, Dr. Brad Godfrey at that time, served the longest of the 6 as the Executive Director of Diversity and Equal Opportunity. In 2016, Danelle McClanahan served in the position of Associate VP of Institutional Equity and Diversity for 1 year and 5 months. In 2017, Dr. Carmen Phelps served in the position of Executive Director of Institutional Equity and Diversity for 10 years. From January 6, 2020 until July 2nd, 2021, Dr. Sybil Anderson served in the position of Executive Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 1 year and 6 months. Something dramatic occurred at the College of Southern Maryland between Colonel Mary Boyd's tenure of 17 years from 1989 to 2006 as Diversity Director in comparison to her 6 successors between 2009 and the present. Colonel Boyd reported to the college's president, as should anyone who occupies this office. Senator Ellis's deliberate decision to address this most important college and community position is well outlined and articulated in Senate Bill 254. This bill, I might add, is being proposed at the time when the college is presently advertising for an Executive Director of Equity and Inclusive Diversity, a position that yet again follows the path of previous announcements that have repeatedly recruited and hired highly qualified applicants. Much like 5 of the former 6 successful candidates, this position is slated to report to the college's general counsel instead of the college's president, who is the appropriate channel for a position that deals with such sensitive situations and material. Most of the former successful candidates relocated from other states, only to be met by a lack of adequate support. Not only were the candidates failed, but 2 were our students, faculty, staff, and the citizenry of Southern Maryland. Senate Bill 254, if properly executed, provides a promise for progress by equipping CSM's Vice President of Equity and Inclusion with the necessary tools to establish and successfully accomplish this very important work. Thank you for engaging me, and thank you for this opportunity to present on behalf of Senate Bill.
Mr. Coggins, for your patience and testimony. Let's go to Danelle McClanahan. Are you with us, Ms. McClanahan? Okay, then let's go to Ms. Clay? Is Ms. Clay with us?
I don't see Ms. Clay.
Okay. Ms. Flower Fields, I have you for opposition, is that correct? Okay. Then seeing that Ms. McClanahan and Ms. Clay are not here, are there questions for Senator Ellis or Mr. Coggins? Seeing none, we'll go to the opposition. Let us go with Dr. Murphy, followed by Vince McAvoy, followed by Cordelia Postel, then Ms. Flower Fields, then Ms. Marinko.
Thank you, Chair Pinsky. And again, as you can expect, we are here to oppose Senate Bill 254, largely because it's an unfunded overreach that jeopardizes the accreditation of the College of Southern Maryland, and it disregards our current equity and inclusion work at the college. But I'm going to assume good intentions because I think we have the same goal. And this bill is trying to support equity work. What it proposes, however, is something that is outside of what we are doing in terms of staffing, how we handle discrimination complaints, strategic equity work, and equity outcomes. As far as staffing goes, what we have done is we have a different sort of staffing structure from what is suggested. The president's cabinet has 8 people, 4 of whom are African-American, 4 of whom are women. When I arrived at CSM, there was only 1 African-American representative and 2 who were women. There is a vice president of student equity and success who is African-American, who reports directly to the president, and any multicultural programming happens through that division. That is an important part of the equity work we do in supporting students. There's a full-time coordinator for the Men of Excellence program. It's a fast expanding program that's designed to support minority men. Senator Ellis has been on the dais at graduation and seen those numbers as they come across the stage. The foundation is currently raising money to endow a position entitled the Distinguished Professor of Equity in Education. I launched this early last fall, and I've contributed significant personal funds toward this. We have 5 individuals across the college who are trained to do discrimination complaints. 4 of them are African-American. There is a current opening for the Executive Director of Equity and Inclusion. However, that is a policy level role, and it monitors compliance with the Maryland Higher Education Commission, and this role also does a lot of external outreach. It does not do the work of investigations and some of the other things. As I mentioned before, with discrimination complaints, we have 5 people. We have lots of information for students and for the community on how to lodge complaints. There's a link at the bottom of every webpage on the college's website. Let's Talk is another feature. Students have this information in multiple sources. I'm going to ask my trustee, Cordelia Postel, to talk about the strategic work that's being done that launched. It stems from the Board of Trustees and their dictate to us. As part of our participatory governance system, we have an Equity and Inclusion Council, which represents all college constituents. One of their charges, among many other things, is to make sure that our administrative policies are equitable. And I personally have worked in this space my entire career. I've served 2 terms on the AACC Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity. I participated in the early years, I'm wrapping up, of the Harvard University's Campus Diversity Initiative. And last year, Diverse Issues in Higher Education named me one of the 25 most influential women in higher education, the same organization that lauds us for our minority graduation rates, particularly in STEM careers. We are doing a lot of good work. I urge you a favorable report.
Okay, we're going to, because they're sort of related testimony, we're going to go to Cordelia Postel. I'll come back to you in a moment, Mr. McAvoy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I'm Cordelia Postel, and I serve as a trustee for the College of Southern Maryland.
Yeah, Ms. Postel, we're getting a lot of feedback. If we could try to, I don't know, take it off of YouTube or just reduce the feedback from the sound.
And I don't have it on YouTube. Are you still receiving feedback?
Yeah, it ain't great, as they say. I don't know if there's anything you can do Let's proceed. We'll see how well it works.
Still not very close to.
No, it's muffled. I hate to.
Are you? No.
Give it a shot, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I wonder if she took off, I don't know, the virtual background and got closer to her screen, to her microphone, whether either of those might be helpful.
I can certainly try. Are you able to hear me?
Better. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay. All right, we will continue. And as I was stating, I am Cordelia Postel, and I do serve as a trustee of the College of Southern Maryland, the Board of Trustees of College of Southern Maryland. Today, I share testimony on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the College of Southern Maryland. The firm, resolute, and collective position of the board is that we do not support Senate Bill 254, College of Southern Maryland Vice President of Equity, Inclusions, Funding, and Responsibilities. This bill is in direct violation of the fiduciary authority of the Board of Trustees. We believe the constructs of this bill to have been created without consideration of the college's budget and current work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Board of Trustees derives its authority as an independent governing board in the state of Maryland based upon Maryland Education Code, section 16-606. The Board of Trustees, not the Maryland General Assembly, is responsible for ensuring the college fulfills its mission and aligns its resources behind that mission. The board believes that Senate Bill 254 to be in violation of Standard 7.2.b of the Middle States Commission on Higher Education, which accredits the College of Southern Maryland as a single entity serving a region. That standard requires that the governing body have primary allegiance to the college and requires it to be free from outside influence, including political influence. Senate Bill 254 could compromise the College of Southern Maryland's accreditation. The Board of Trustees believes Senate Bill 254 refutes the college's current diversity, inclusion, and equity work. The College of Southern Maryland has been nationally recognized by the Ashman Institute and Diverse Issues in Higher Education of the Achieving the Dream Network since 2019. This national organization of roughly 300 community colleges has implemented as its primary focus the elimination of equity gaps among community college students. Equity is everyone's responsibility, and that importance is made clear by the Board of Trustees. In January of 2021, we set 4 strategic goals for the college for its 2021 through 2024 strategic plan. Goal number 2 is to ensure equity in all programs and services. That goal appears in every annual work plan within each department and business unit of the college. Further, the college reports its progress annually on a diversity, equity, and inclusion dashboard published on its website. The board monitors the progress in achieving this strategic goal, and should additional positions be necessary to advance the work, that would be a conversation of the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
This is our responsibility and not that of the Maryland General Assembly.
Thank you, Ms. Postel. Let's go to Mr. Boyd.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate it. As I read through this bill, I'm having to go a different way because I just heard all the opponents of this bill actually dot off everything is already covered that this bill is purporting, except for, well, let me get to what the except for is. I'll tease that out. When I see a bill, and I discussed this with Senator Ellis the other day, right? When we're seeing diversity, inclusion, equity, we are focusing on an anti-white issue, an anti-white agenda. And I refer you to page 2 of this, where it talks about the college's mission through sustained focus on equity, diversion, inclusion. The mission needs to be education. It has to be education. We're talking about engineers coming out of this. This is hard work. But I also want to focus on what I'm seeing with this bill. When we're creating a position and we're creating 5 staff for it, When you look at the top earners in the state of Maryland and you list them, Baltimore Sun did this, you have page after page of college level administrators, which is really what has doubled the price of college in the past couple of years, who are making over 300,000. And you had the opponents already telling you that this bill, all the issues asked for in this bill are being covered, and yet you want to make he's offering to make a duplicative situation where we're having hundreds of thousands going. These are scholarships that these students could be getting. This is duplicative, it's wasteful. It's not what our college system needs, especially at this time. I really urge it to be, if there's any money to direct this to the students and help them out. I thank you for your time and for the committee's time.
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Let's go to Ellen Flowers Fields, followed with the last witness, Sarah Marenko. Ms. Flowers Fields, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'd like to express my opposition of Senate Bill 254 to be additive to the comments that have already been made. I'd like to state that regardless of the meaning and attempt of this bill to address the issue of equity and inclusion, it is an overreach of political authority and would establish an unfavorable precedent for future actions. As you've heard, there are several regulations in place that would prevent this. Further, Senate Bill 254 discounts the significance and best practice application of diversity and equity and inclusionary processes and policies and the commitments that must be institutionalized throughout an organization in order to have systemic practices. The College of Southern Maryland, as you've heard, has boldly and transparently been engaged in work launching initiatives that address changing demographics of our student populations. All members of CSM faculty, staff, and executive leadership have a role in advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the accountability for continuous improvement across the institution. It is governed and evaluated by the Board of Trustees regularly. This important work should not be relegated to the function of an individual and a few staff, but managed from a systemic approach that is institutionalized and a function of everyone's work, and a critical cultural competency for all employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers Fields, and finally, Ms. Marenko.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Hello, my name is Sarah Marenko. I'm a professor at the College of Southern Maryland and I've worked at the institution for 20 years. I'm speaking today in opposition of Senate Bill 254 because this is overreach that would jeopardize the College of Southern Maryland's Middle States Commission higher education accreditation status. The College of Southern Maryland is required to conduct a self-study process every 10 years through our regional accreditation body. Our last self-study was conducted in March of 2014, and at that time I served as co-chair for the study. At that time of the study, we had our accreditation status fully reaffirmed without any contingencies, which was something that was somewhat unique at the time because many were actually receiving contingencies with follow-up reports. And additionally, we received numerous commendations from our accrediting body for great work that we were doing. As someone who has served on several accreditation visits as a site reviewer for the Middle States Commission of Higher Education, I can say that both our reaccreditation status and our accommodations are unique and should not be taken for granted. The statements of praise from them are a clear testament to our work at the College of Southern Maryland and stand to our ability to stand out from other community colleges for our ability to emphasize student success and make a positive impact in Southern Maryland. The College of Southern Maryland has just begun our 2-year process of writing our next self-study, which will be complete in the spring of 2024. To that end, it's imperative to note that Mill State's Commission of Higher Education Standards for accreditation and requirements for affiliation under governance, leadership, and administration, we are required to have a governing body that others have mentioned as well has sufficient independence and expertise to ensure the integrity of the institution. Members must have primary responsibility to the accredited institution and not allow political, financial, or other influences to interfere with the governing responsibilities. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 254 would not only require the college to have a vice president for equity and inclusion, a position that already exists, but would require expansion of the office to add a director as well as 3 diversity coordinators. This unfunded mandate would not only come to additional costs of more than $600,000, but it would ensure that the College of Southern Maryland would be put on immediate warning by Mill State's Commission of Higher Education for political interference. Should Mill State's Commission of Higher Education continue to have concerns over this breach over Standard 7, the college would be placed on warning status and
Ms.
eventually—
Marinko, we're going to have to complete your testimony. Your time is up, ma'am.
Yes, so I asked for an unfavorable report from the committee. Thank you.
And thank you, Senator Patterson, followed by Senator Washington. Senator Patterson, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make a comment relative to accreditation. I've served on the Board of Trustees for 18 years straight, and I have never in my history been confronted with or heard that the lack of good policy to ensure equity and inclusion would some way affect one's accreditation. In fact, I would think it would be just the reverse by not having these kind of things. But this is far reaching for me today. And Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask at some point we could get some definitive data that would tell us a little bit more about how these EEO officers, you can have officers, but you don't give them the right resources they need. It's almost like not even having one. So maybe we could have listed the complaints, some of the resolutions, and talk with some of the folks who've been affected maybe at the institution to give us a better overall picture of what's really happening. Thank you much. Thank you. Am I on? Hello?
We hear you, Senator Patterson. Thank you for the question. I know the chair had to step away for a couple minutes. I don't know whether he has already stepped away. Lemoria?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, seeing, Senator Washington has a question.
Thank you. I want to thank the president. Clearly, you have a lot of passion. It sounds like under your administration, there appears to have been a lot of changes, or at least you came on board to do that. I also want to say that does not necessarily mean that any history of discrimination or what went on before you doesn't still exist somewhere. So I wanted to ask, so I just wanted to recognize that I get your passion here, and I support and encourage you to continue along that path. I did have some interesting sort of a question of the, I'm looking now for the chair, and these assertions about political interference and the independence of the college of the college. Is there somebody on that I
can respond to that?
Is she? I mean, it's your board, your trustee member that I.
Yeah, she was having connectivity, and she could certainly step in. As I said, this is a matter of how, not what. And one of the issues that we're seeing nationwide is that colleges and universities are getting into accreditation problems because of political overreach, laws or politicians who request things that don't allow the institutions to remain independent. Those are accreditation standards, and accreditation is what allows us to operate, receive federal funds like Pell Grants, and for our credits to transfer. So it's not the what of this issue, it's the how. And what we're trying to do is to ensure that our board, and my trustee Postella is on here, has that independence to do that. So
yeah, I guess, and this, again, it was raising some interesting questions, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, because in the code, when you were established, which by the way was drafted by elected officials, and the funding for your institutions comes from elected officials. But just in Maryland code, you are designated as a higher education institution under the operation under EHE. So EHE is a governmental entity and is regulated, by the General Assembly, as well as a board. In Maryland code, you are a local educational agency, and it's that local educational agency that is defined in federal law that makes you eligible for federal subsidies, grants, and other programs of support for which a community college is eligible. So I'm not debating the bill per se, but you're sort of the resistance to the idea that this body or any elected official can ask questions about the operation of an entity created by a General Assembly is curious to me.
Okay, so thank you, Senator.
So just thank you. I don't know who could answer that, but I just think it's not correct and shouldn't be a part of this debate. And I'm afraid, Madam Chair, that adding the word politics and political is something that is taking us off the course of what this is. So thank you. Thank you,
Senator Washington. And I'm glad that you actually also sort of flagged that elected officials, legislators, senators and delegates, council members, county executives, the word politician is almost always insulting. And I venture to say that it has never in the history of the planetary universe ever been used as a compliment. So thank you, Senator Washington, for that clarification. I think we have a lot to talk about on all of these Ellis bills, and I thank the senator for bringing them before us, and we will have ongoing conversation, but I think we can wrap up the hearing, complete the hearing now on Senate Bill 254. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. We have a lot more work today. And we are going to shift. So Chairman Pinsky had to step away. We are going to take up Senate Bill 152, Senator Kramer next. Institutions of higher education transcripts, prohibition on punitive measures related to student debt. Senator Kramer, welcome to EHE. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Good to be here. Ben Kramer to introduce Senate Bill 152. Colleagues, it is a common practice among our colleges and universities to withhold the transcripts of students and former students who have debt related to their time at the school. This practice is commonly referred to as transcript ransom and results in stranded credits, those credits which the students have earned, but they cannot document. It is estimated that nationally there are as many as 6.5 million students that have stranded credits. Studies have documented that the practice of transcript ransom disproportionately impacts lower income students and racial and ethnic minority students. While the practice of transcript ransom is highly suspect and many schools are starting to question its effect in recovering student debt, it is widely accepted that the practice can prevent students from completing their education and getting the jobs that they need to pay off that debt. Additionally, students that fall behind in their payments are denied the records of their hard-earned work and accomplishments for which they have successfully paid. Often these students may end up paying to take courses that they have previously taken at a different school because of their inability to document having taken the courses previously. So it impacts them in trying to get into another school. It impacts them when they do get to another school because they have to pay again to take similar courses. Interestingly enough, less than 2 months ago, this past late December, U.S. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona stated that withholding transcripts from students who owe money drives inequitable outcomes, and he added, quote, "Institutional leaders must embrace long-term change. That means evaluating long-standing institutional policies that block retention and completion for our most underserved students, such as enrollment and transcript holds for students with unpaid balances," unquote. This is a significant issue. It's affecting students here in Maryland and across the country. Colleagues, states across the country are beginning to address this very important issue, and there's legislation introduced in many of them. Washington State, Minnesota, and that bastion of liberal thought, Louisiana, have all taken action on this issue. California, with its near 40 million residents and fourth largest economy on the planet, has totally banned the practice for its public and private universities going back to 2020. That bill in California passed unanimously. Republicans and Democrats alike voted on the merits of stopping this reprehensible practice. Disappointingly, all of the colleges and universities here in Maryland are going to come after me to oppose this common sense measure. However, none of them will be able to demonstrate that withholding transcripts is a successful model for debt collection other than anecdotal references, because it is not. They will come before you and claim that the practice is a conversation starter. Well, here's how the conversation goes. The student calls to get their transcript and they're told, pay off the debt and you'll get your transcript. That's how the conversation works. They'll come behind me and claim that students will use this to game the system. That's nonsense. No student is going to leave themselves exposed to a record of unpaid debt just to game the receipt of their transcript. There is nothing in the bill that prevents the schools from collecting the debt that is owed. The reality is that a student who needs their transcript to get a job or to complete their education would pay the debt if they had the money. And again, the practice of doing this is counterproductive. It prevents the student from completing their education and getting the job they need, or it prevents them simply, if they've completed their education, from getting the job. And finally, colleagues, I'll wrap up with the letter, and I hope you all have it and read it, from the Office of the Attorney General, who overwhelmingly, unequivocally, is supporting passage of this bill. But here is what is so critically important in that letter, and I'll read two sentences if I may. Limiting students' access to their transcripts when they either transfer to another institution or are seeking employment is unduly punitive and ineffective means of collecting a debt, and it is a practice that is likely unfair and abusive and prohibited by the Consumer Protection Act. And it concludes, notwithstanding the likely illegality of the practice of withholding student transcripts, the division supports Senate Bill 152 because it will place higher education institutions on notice of the illegality of this practice and hopefully put a stop to it being used by Maryland institutions. Madam Chair, colleagues, I would proffer to you that before our university systems that are now on notice from the Attorney General's office find themselves up against a multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit for this illegal practice, let's get this bill passed and ensure that they stop the practice. With that, colleagues, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Your lead witness is Lily Max Cook. Ms. Cook will have up to 5 minutes, and then we will hear from some others. Welcome, Ms. Max Cook.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Chair, Vice Chair, and all members of the committee for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Lily Max Cook, and I am the Director of Government Affairs within the University of Maryland Student Government Association. On behalf of our SGA, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 152 to ensure students in debt to institutions of higher education are not refused their transcripts. This legislation expands equal opportunity for individuals in precarious financial situations. With the rising cost of attending institutions at higher education, the need to ensure open access of educational materials is imperative. This legislation would ease the burden and worries of students who are working hard to further their academic and professional careers, whether that be through internship application processes, postgraduate school endeavors, or career opportunities during their time at the university. Ensuring students have access to transcript materials is essential. As a graduating senior myself, quick access to my transcript has been vital in securing employment, expanding my professional career, and preparing for financial independence as I prepare to graduate this May. Through the punitive nature of withholding transcripts, students who are actively seeking postgraduate work opportunities to begin to pay off those debts are unable to do so without these materials. On behalf of the students at the University of Maryland, we believe this legislation rectifies the undue burden at hand, and we kindly request a favorable report on SB 152. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Max Cook. Maybe, is Lily Max your first name? And then
yes, it is. Lily Max is my first name.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Cook, and thank you for your leadership in student government. I was an SGA nerd back in the day too. It's great training. So maybe you'll come and join us in the future. Next is Kisley Parashar, also a University of Maryland student government person. Welcome, Mr. Parashar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. My name is Kisley, and I currently serve as the student body president for the University of Maryland. And on behalf of the University of Maryland students, I support this bill because every student, present or past, deserves the right to their official transcript. Transcripts are often required as part of the application process for jobs and postgraduate programs. These programs are often a necessary next step for students to earn the money they need to pay off student loans and begin their professional careers. By holding student transcripts hostage from current students and alumni who owe a debt to the university, you're preventing those students from being able to quickly and comfortably pay back the money that they owe to the university. As a student applying for entry-level jobs and postgraduate programs, I've recently experienced how important it is to have the ability to send your official transcript to prospective employers. Without the ability to send my official transcript or without the financial means to pay the fees required to send the official documentation, particularly at a higher price, it would have been nearly impossible to find a next step for myself following graduation this spring. The role of higher education institutions is to provide students with tools they need to successfully pursue a career by withholding official transcripts from students and alumni, these institutions are actively harming the professional growth of those they are meant to help. They are directly preventing the debt from being repaid in a way that is safe for the students they were built to aid. We, the students of University of Maryland College Park, request a favorable report on SB 0152.
Thank you very much. And the next witness is Aiden Weschler, also student government.
Thank you.
There you are. Welcome, Mr. Weschler.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of this committee. My name is Aiden Wexler, and I'm a representative from the Student Government Association at the University of Maryland. And I'm here to respectfully request a favorable report on SB 152. Right now at the University of Maryland, the university can withhold transcripts to students or former students if they have unpaid room and board costs, tuition, or any other fees that the university may have charged and have yet to be paid. It does not matter if the fee is large or small. The university can withhold the transcript despite the problems that it can cause the student. The inability of the students to receive their transcripts prevents them from being able to transfer to other schools, be able to apply to graduate school, or to find jobs that will help them pay down their debt. As a result, this policy makes it harder for students to pay their college debts and loans, and as time goes on, the debt owed to the university due to interest can grow, making the problem even worse. This policy disproportionately affects low-income and working students who are kept in a cycle of debt as they need the transcript to find a job and then pay back what they owe. This bill will help end that cycle by giving students control over their college transcripts, and as a result, all students, regardless of income, will be able to use their education and transcripts to better their lives, whether that means attending graduate school or applying for a job. Students will be able to take ownership of their lives and make the choices that set themselves up for future success without worrying about unpaid fees derailing their plans. This bill recognizes that students are entitled to own their grades that they have worked for and earned. Thank you very much, and I hope you provide a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. And Amy Zulata, Student Borrower Protection Center is what SBPC stands for. Welcome, Ms. Zulata.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amy Salata, and I'm the Outreach and Advocacy Coordinator at the Student Borrower Protection Center, a national nonprofit policy organization committed to ending the student debt crisis. I'm testifying today to respectfully request a favorable report on SB 152, which would end the practice of transcript withholding in the state of Maryland. In short, we know that transcript withholding has an unintended but negative effect on students, particularly low-income students who simply cannot afford to pay for their documents if they aren't first permitted to succeed academically and professionally. It puts them in a double bind. They can't afford to pay to have their documents released, but they need the documents to complete their education and obtain a well-paying job in order to pay off their balance. These students and graduates are stuck in limbo and often spend years working minimum wage jobs to save up enough to release their documents to move on with their lives. And this helps no one. And if a student or graduate simply doesn't have the money, that's going to be true whether they're being asked to pay in order to release a transcript or to avoid going to collection. So giving them their transcript when they need it is the best way to position them to repay their debts in the future. Nor is transcript withholding an effective tool. It yields pennies on the dollar, and although some schools across the country have claimed that it is an important collection tool, none have been able to show a meaningful connection between this practice and collections. Critically, this bill is not a debt cancellation bill. Schools can continue to use all sorts of communication channels with students, and they can also continue their current practice of sending past due accounts to collection. Nationally, states and schools are moving away from transcript withholding because of the unintended harm it causes students. California and Washington have effectively ended this practice, and just last month, New York Governor Hochul ended withholding at the state and city universities of New York and introduced a bill to end it at all institutions across the state. Maine, New Jersey, Colorado, Virginia are all following suit. In December, the U.S. Secretary of Education Cardona called on schools to stop withholding transcripts because it hinders retention and completion. In response to this growing awareness and the need to pave the way for folks to recover from the pandemic, now is the time for Maryland to change this paradigm. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Zulata. I have a question for the sponsor, if I could, and if you don't know the answer and you want to toss it to one person. Two questions. One is, do you have any idea of what percentage, roughly, I don't know if studies have been done on this, of job application hiring places actually want a transcript versus a resume and an interview and all that? For all the people I've hired in my life, I've never asked for a transcript. I do that for scholarship applicants, but not for people who work for me or have in any other jobs. So I'm curious about that. And then second question, I'm looking at the bill on page 2, line 1, and it says debt includes. Includes, it's not limited to, it says includes. So it's other, it can be other things too. And then it gives 2 examples of what it includes. It could include unpaid parking tickets. Is there in your mind any distinction between a debt of $200 in unpaid parking tickets and $200,000 in unpaid tuition? Can you just speak to those 2 questions for me, please, Senator Kramer?
No, and as you heard, it can be, some kind of fees that were paid. It could be parking fees. It could be something that had been provided for room and board. It can be any and all costs that the students have as part of the process of getting their education. So it's not limited to just tuition, and then they can end up having their transcript held for any number of reasons. Very often they may have no idea they have a debt. They may have a parking violation or something and they have no clue, and they still can't gain access to their transcripts. And then if they find out they have a debt and they don't have the ability to pay that debt, then they don't have access to all that they've paid for. The transcript is held. They may have paid for 3.3 3/4 of their education, and they still can't get any of their records if they owe any debt whatsoever. With regard to the subject of the jobs, I would proffer to you that there are probably very likely, especially in the world of technology, employers who are going to want to see those transcript records and know exactly what courses the student took and how well they did in those courses. And I know that's been an issue for, both of my boys. Where they got it from, I have no idea, but they were like, rocket science graduates. And that's very important for, what they were, the fields they were going into.
That's helpful. Thank you, Senator Kramer.
Yeah.
Senator Washington has a question, Senator.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Kramer, for this bill. The issue of student debt writ large is something, and the cost of higher education is definitely something. I just have a question about if the bill goes sort of building on the chairwoman's position, is there a dollar amount at which, I understand, so if it's $50, $100, something like that, but if it is $1,000 and you have 1,000 students, particularly to a small college, that thousands of students not paying that a larger amount. So did you contemplate a dollar amount, particularly, for the system, or is it, at which
that's a
point
valid question. That's a valid question, and I appreciate it, but it seems to me, and the university system is going to come in with an amendment that will mimic what currently is existing in law with regard to enrollment, that if it's less than $250 and you enter into a payment program, then, when at the conclusion of that, I guess you'll be able to get your transcript. I mean, I think it's unconscionable that it be held, the student's work product. I mean, in my mind, I always thought of that transcript as being mine.
Yeah.
It's my work. It's what I accomplished. Now, if you have a student who's got thousands of dollars, holding the transcript's not going to be a way to get them to pay it.
Right.
They've gotten into that debt because they need to go to a different school that they can afford. They may have started out at a school, they have fallen behind in order to complete their education, they've got to go to a less expensive school, but they can't do that without their transcript. And the fact of the matter is, if they're in debt thousands of dollars, the university can still avail themselves of all other processes by which to collect an outstanding debt. It's just that it defeats the purpose when you stop the student from being able to complete their education and get that job so that they can pay off the debt.
Yeah.
It's going to follow them. Whether they get the transcript or not, the debt's going to follow them. And if they're in debt several thousands of dollars, holding that transcript is not going to get the school any closer to getting paid, because I guarantee if the student has the money, they'll pay the money. But the problem is they may not. And now they have the inability to get the high-paying job that they were hoping to get with their education and pay off that debt.
But if they get the just fine, I do think it's a challenge. So I'm trying to get my head around it as well. So if they get the transcript and they owe all the debt, you would say there's no motivation to pay. And then you also said if they take the transcript, there's no motivation to pay.
No, it's not an issue of no motivation. It
doesn't guarantee, I guess, that they'll pay. But I guess my question is then, if the universities, and I will suppose we'll ask them, if they didn't have this initial, hey, we'll hold your transcript, won't it go to collections? And then there'll be this even bigger thing that's on their record, which no matter what kind of job they have will impact. Like, as you know, a lot of jobs are starting to look at your credit rating and use that as a proxy for determining whether you're eligible. So these students would then, had you contemplated that of the two choices, holding a transcript versus suing someone and then having a judgment against them?
And the reality is it's going to go to collections, period, because the school's still going to try to get their money. So if I can't get my transcript and now I can't get the career job that I was envisioning, and I'm working a low paying job because of that, the school's not going to sit and wait in perpetuity for me to come back 10 years later when I've saved up enough money to pay off the debt to get the transcript so that now I can pursue getting the high paying job. They come after the students anyway. That's I offered in my initial comments that no student is going to game the system when they know they're going to have this debt following them until it's eventually paid. So they're going to go to the collection agency.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you both. We still have 3 more witnesses and we have a lot more bills. So if it's okay, let's move on to favorable with amendment. We have Patrick Hogan, former Delegate Hogan from the University System of Maryland, who is favorable with amendment. Welcome, Mr. Hogan.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, and hello, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 152. For the record, again, I'm Patrick Hogan with the University System of Maryland. Our USM institutions work closely with students experiencing financial struggles to ensure they are able to continue and complete their studies. We have campus financial aid specialists and student affairs staff who work on an individual basis with students who have debts with the institution because they don't want these debts to end up going to collections. And they really do try to resolve these issues with students as evidenced by our low default rates. Now, the USM Board of Regents policy on academic transcripts does allow institutions to withhold transcripts if a student is delinquent in his or her financial obligations. Also, the U.S. Department of Education's loan programs encourage the withholding of transcripts if a federal loan is in default. The ability to withhold transcripts is a tool that our campuses use for collecting delinquent student account debt. And it is a common practice throughout higher education. For many students, the transcript hold is simply a reminder of an outstanding debt and is very quickly remedied. For those students who do not have the ability to pay or are struggling to pay, requests for transcript releases are reviewed on a case-by-case basis on our campuses and typically released for purposes of employment. Also, the campuses work with the students to set up payment plans. They don't necessarily have to pay it all off to get their transcript. They set up payment plans and they can gain access to it. The current practice has assisted in collecting lost revenue for institutions. The likely impact of restricting the practice is more outstanding debt with the institution that will eventually transfer to the central collection unit. There's also a concern for how this change would impact students. If a student has outstanding debt and they get their transcript and they apply and are admitted to another school, they would certainly be at risk for non-payment and accrue even more debt, and which is something we want to avoid for students. Now, I think it was I think the sponsor referenced language in our amendment. There is already language in statute which relates to student debt and class registration, which sets a $250 threshold to allow registration for students with smaller debt. And then debt amounts above that amount are either have to either be settled prior to the end of the semester, or the student must enter into a payment plan in order to register.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
And I will wrap up just by saying we would support an amendment and then support the bill that makes those references, and it's in section 15-1.
I'm so sorry. We're really trying to be tough about this.
We would support it with that amendment, Madam Chair, and I'll stop.
Thank you. If anyone has any questions for Mr. Hogan, maybe he can use that time to explain better what his amendment was and not the last 14 seconds. We have two unfavorable witnesses. First is our friend and former EHE legal counsel, Sarah Fiddler from MICUA, the Maryland Independent College and University Association. Welcome, Ms. Fiddler.
Thank you so much, Senator Keegan. Good afternoon. Again, for the record, I'm Sarah Fiddler. I'm president of the Maryland Independent College and University Association. We represent 13 diverse state-aided institutions. Our schools provide great value to the state, we like to believe. A quarter of our students are low-income Pell Grant recipients, and almost half are students of color. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 152. I don't want to be repetitive. A lot of the points have been made, and I'm appreciative to the members of the committee who spent time meeting with us in advance of the hearing to talk about our concerns. What I do want to emphasize, which has been said already, but we really believe that this bill is a problem for students. Exactly what Senator Washington was saying. We are concerned that this will create a situation where our schools are forced into eliminating the tool in our toolbox of withholding a transcript to send the debt directly to collections. And we don't want the students' debt to mount and compound, as Mr. Hogan just said. And we have taken great measures on almost all of our campuses to make sure that if employment or completion is important to the student, our institutions will communicate directly with an employer or directly with an institution regarding degree conferred or credits attempted. So in this way, we don't hand the transcript to the student, but if the student makes a good faith effort and we feel it's in the best interest of the student, we're willing to help that way. Also, again, not to be repetitive, but the issue of unpaid student debt is such an individualized case-by-case basis type situation. Almost all of our institutions have full-time staff whose jobs it is to interface with students and make sure that they fully understand the consequences of not paying the debt, but also of what happens when you need supports and services, and we provide those. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say here. We urge an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiddler. Wrapping up the testimony is Melinda Bunnell-Ryan from Capital Technology University.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kagan. I'll slow down. Good afternoon, Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Melinda Bunnell-Ryan, and I'm Vice President for Student Engagement and University Development at Capital Technology University. We're a small, private, nonprofit institution of higher education with a diverse student body focused on engineering, technology, and information sciences located in Laurel, Maryland. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to testify this afternoon respectfully in opposition to SB 152. In addition, also to be additive, we believe that prohibiting us and other institutions in Maryland from withholding students' transcripts for unpaid student debt will cause unintended harm to students and our institutions. In order to make our education accessible to students, at the very beginning, we minimize financial barriers to attendance in anticipation of incoming state and federal financial aid, as well as the student's promise of future payment. We allow students to begin the semester with unpaid balances, which include university housing fees, without confirming the student's credit worthiness. As a private institution, we're reliant on tuition and fees. 80% of our operations are funded in that way, and we use 23% of our budget to provide institutional-based aid. Currently, the university has $500,000 in unpaid student debt that is over 120 days old. This is 18% of the institutional-based aid we provided this year and 180% of the funds we allocated for student work study. We agree that relatively low balances for which students are making a good faith effort to resolve should not be a barrier to employment. As such, we allow students who are making a minimum monthly payment as low as $25 a month to have their transcripts released directly to employers. Without the ability to withhold a transcript, we would turn to collections. And I think we've already heard some of the concerns with having students sent to collections, including compounding costs of debt, impact on their student credit, and our students are required often to submit transcripts verifying that they have an ABET accredited degree in order to start their work. And so we want to make sure that our students are employed. Of our former student balances currently in collections, the average balance is at $6,600. Failure to collect these debts will result in reduced student services for the entire student body, reduced need-based scholarship support, and increased tuition and fees. Thank you to Senator Kramer for bringing attention to the issue of student debt. However, we respectfully oppose this legislation as I've described.
Thank you, Ms. Bunnell-Ryan. I actually have a brief question for you. Two things, a statement and a comment. First off, 18% is shocking as a percentage of your cash flow. That's astonishing to me. But second, I just want to clarify, because I'm a precise, you said you would release, if someone is showing good faith intent towards repaying their debt, that you would release the transcript to their employer. I have two questions. Is it only to the employer and therefore the student doesn't have it? And second question, is it only to a current employer or is it to also a prospective employer? Before they hire me, they need to see my transcript. And and then the third question, I assume it would be the same thing for a graduate degrees, application or something like that. And I assume it would be released for that too. Could you just clarify those three things, please?
Certainly. So first, we do not release it to the student. We would release it only to a third party, and that would usually be an employer with a job offer. Our institution commits to our students that if they don't have a job offer within 90 days of graduation, they can return to the university and take 36 undergraduate credits without additional tuition. So it's to our benefit to ensure that our students have job offers, and we release the transcripts to that need. We do not release the transcripts to other educational institutions. We do only release it to potential employers.
Okay, thank you for that. I see no other hands raised from colleagues, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 152. Thank you, Senator Kramer, and thank you all the witnesses. Thank you. All right, moving on. Senate Bill 262 is an excellent bill that I am bringing for your consideration, and I am the sponsor, and so I will do this very briefly here. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. Senate Bill 262 is another bill related to legislative scholarships, and I will tell you briefly what it does after I inform you all that it is a Kagan-Jennings bill, which is not a duo you see all the time here. So for somebody who may be watching at home, Senator Jennings is a dedicated senator representing District 6, Baltimore County and Harford County, and a Republican. So last year in the 2020-2021 school year, more than 17,000 Maryland students were awarded more than $12 million in legislative scholarships. So first, there's the demand, there is the need, and we are addressing that need. But this bill is going to do basically three things. One is it's going to make clear that senators and delegates can only award those scholarships to their constituents. And so there's not the pressure of being approached by lots of students from around the state shopping for more money and seeing whether they might be able to succeed in getting money from other legislators. Second, it makes clear that if you move, if you relocate, let's say that they get a Senator Kagan Senatorial scholarship and they were living in Gaithersburg and then they moved to College Park to be closer to campus, they would continue to receive a scholarship in my district, even though they no longer live there, no longer register there, no longer vote there. That's okay. Once committed, that person continues to receive that scholarship, and that also means they cannot apply in another district. And the last thing is, it wasn't clear in our law, and I don't know if Senator Lamb is with us. I think he's in another committee right now, but there are legislators who have kids, grandkids, parents who may want to apply, and there is a concern about ethics and transparency in that instance. And so we clarify that legislators may award to their scholarships to their relatives, and relatives is the current meaning and the current definition in our law books, which includes a spouse, a parent or step-parent, a sibling or step-sibling, a child, step-child, foster child or ward, a mother-in-law or father-in-law, a son-in-law or daughter-in-law, a grandparent or a grandchild. And so we can grant scholarships to any of those relatives with the condition that we get permission from this respective presiding officer. Delegates would need to get official permission from the speaker. Senators, we would need to get official permission from the Senate president. And then we file that with the ethics folks. And that's just so nobody thinks that we are just helping our own folks, our own families. And so that kind of clarity and transparency will make that clearer. So with that, I think these are modest tweaks to a program that works, that's making a difference, that allows us to support our constituents, and just enhances and clarifies a few other things. And that's it. Simple bill. Happy to take questions. And that completes my comments on Senate Bill 262. And I have, I think, one witness. So this is going to go pretty quickly. And I don't, wait, hold on. I have too many folders in front of me. I do have one witness. No, I don't have a witness. Okay, we are just going to take questions then. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I think you would probably agree that this is one of the most uplifting programs that we handle in our responsibilities as a senator. And I wanted just to make sure those of us who kind of have active programs, when, as you'll recall, because you served as a delegate before coming over to the Senate, when you were a delegate, you could, it was a one-time award. And if you had students, what I did, and they wanted to continue, they would have to reapply in my case, and then you could use your allotment to give them an award. On the Senate side, as we know, it's different. You have your allotment, and once you give that first award, it's, as I like to say, it's reoccurring as long as that student is in good standing.
Yes.
And I understand what you're saying. Your legislation, once the student is awarded the scholarship, and you are awarding it, to your constituent, and then your constituent moves for whatever reasons, it seems to me there's a little concern that on your budget, because you're trying to, as a senator, use your budget to support your constituents in an area like mine, like Somerset County. We're really trying to leverage those dollars that are really needed in areas like that. So I was trying to better understand if there's, if we have those cases where students relocate, are we able to notify MHAC, and does that factor in to our budget so we can continue to serve, our constituents.
Absolutely. So as you know, Senator Carrozza, the money is not taken from our budgets each semester. Once we do a grant, it then gets awarded and it goes through MHEC. And so it would not affect the awards that we make.
So in other words, we get a certain amount of money. If we had, just taking it, if you had multiple cases where, that money, obviously, then that you're saying that MHEC money is going to follow the student.
Yes.
Then it shouldn't affect our budget allotment.
Correct. And to be clear, there's students moving into or out of any of our districts at any one time. They go from renting to buying. They go, their marital status changes. They, again, move closer to a job or to school. So it happens all the time, but I wanted to make that clear. There's a senatorial scholar of mine who moved from Gaithersburg to Frederick, and she was pretty worried that she'd lose her scholarship. So we talked to MHEC, the Maryland Higher Education Commission, and they clarified, once a Kagan scholar, always a Kagan scholar, and it doesn't affect our budget.
Right. I appreciate that clarification. My other question would be, as you well know, because it's a reoccurring scholarship, sometimes a student situation may change, and there may be more financial challenges and pressures on that student. And my understanding is that we can, on a case-by-case basis, work with MHEC to have that allotment increased.
So, Senator Carrozza, there's nothing in this bill that would change that.
Okay, and maybe I should clarify with MHEC on those specific cases.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Senator Simon Ayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you've been around long enough, you see things that come around and go around again and again. Just one question on this, because I recall some of this. Did you reach out to the president, Senate president, and see if he would be willing to do this? Because sometimes I've heard that office did not want to have that authority to be the one that say, I give you permission.
So the president's aware of this bill. I don't think I specifically asked his okay. Our former president, our late president, is different. So in the past, maybe President Miller had a different attitude than President Ferguson. I would assume, and I'm happy to check in and circle back with you and the committee when we discuss in a voting session or something, but I assume it will mostly be pro forma. But I wouldn't want Senator Lamb's baby or Delegate Polakovich Carr's son, when he grows up, if he wants to go to college, they ought to have access. But frankly, I wouldn't want anyone challenging my delegate as to her ethics of granting a scholarship, or of me granting a scholarship to her son. I think having some transparency, making it clear that if he has need and deserves and is going to school in state or has a unique out-of-state major, all of the other qualifications and parameters in our current law, that any of our children or relatives, as indicated in the list that I read, would be qualified, but it should be disclosed. I don't think we want to raise doubts as to whether we're just helping our own families.
Okay, and that's to their relative, correct? So a senator giving it to their relative?
To our own relatives, yes.
Right.
Or
So just one other thing, and we can talk in voting session, but I've seen in the past where, for example, a delegate would give to a senator's relative, and a senator would then in turn give to their relatives. So it seems to be the same thing, but so maybe consider the scope of that, but we can talk.
I totally believe that we should talk about an amendment to clarify that, because again, this is about ethics and giving the public transparency and confidence that we're not just supporting our folks. So we would never want to set up a possibility of a quid pro quo. So thank you for that comment. I'd be happy to work with you on an amendment for that. Thank you. I see no other questions about this pretty simple transparency and equity bill. And so that completes the hearing. on Senate Bill 262. Thank you, Senator Kagan, for such an excellent bill. The next bill is Senate Bill 318, and we are welcoming Senator Rosapap, Vice Chair, Budget and Taxation. So welcome, Senator Rosapap. More Opportunities for Career-Focused Students Act of 2022. Welcome back to EHE.
Thank you very, very much. This is a small bill, but a good bill. This committee has worked over many years, and both I've worked with you both when I was on the committee and since I'm off the committee to do exactly that, to create more opportunities for career-focused students. We've done a lot of things, but we got more we can do. Obviously, what we've done in Kerwin is the big thing in the medium run, but there are a couple of pieces here that I think can help these kids and help employers. So it's got three things. One is most school systems in the state, like 90% of the school systems, there may be one or two exceptions, use a platform called Naviance, where students can explore their interests, explore career, explore post-secondary, college, et cetera. At this time, basically, it's only open to colleges to provide information to the kids. It's not open to employers, and it's not open to apprenticeship sponsors. And so kids get a somewhat skewed idea of what's really out there. So basically what this bill, that part of this bill does is basically say that the local school systems should open up this platform to apprenticeship sponsors and employers who have registered with the State Department of Labor or registered with the local workforce board. We did the same thing a couple of years ago with the military recruiting test results. You all passed that. And this would just expand access for kids to job opportunities and apprenticeship opportunities. Number two, it would require that school systems, and it's kind of vague here, but it's an intention and a goal, to give equal visibility to apprenticeship sponsors and employers as they do to colleges. We've all been to high schools and maybe even to junior highs where they have all these, pennants of, University of Maryland, Penn State, Loyola, whatever, and that's great. So the college tracks are very, very visible all the time. But the employment tracks and the apprenticeship tracks are kind of buried, which is why a lot of kids don't know about them. So this would say that they've got to give equal, vaguely defined visibility to career pathways as well as the college pathways. And third, some school systems pay for the cost of AP tests or PSAP tests or SAT tests, and some don't. And this bill would just say, if they are paying for the academic tests, they need to pay for also the skills credential tests and apprenticeship application tests where appropriate. It's just trying to put career on an equal weight with college. That's what the bill does. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosapap. And before we go to your witnesses, on behalf of EHE, and I would venture to say all of Marylanders, thank you for your leadership on these issues over the years. You've really done great work. So thank you
very much.
Our lead witness is the wonderful Len Lucci, representing the Maryland Workforce Alliance. Mr. Lucci, you have up to 5 minutes. Welcome to EHE.
Thank you very much, Senator Kagan, members of the Environment, Education, and Health. I didn't do it in the right order, but thanks, members of your committee. My name is Len Lucci. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Workforce Alliance, and it's a coalition of trade unions, apprenticeship providers, and trade unions, apprenticeship providers, and trade organizations that are all working together as a coalition for on workforce issues. Our Workforce Alliance supports Senate Bill 318, and we're grateful to Senator Rosapap and his 8 co-sponsors for introducing the More Opportunities for Career-Focused Students Act of 2022. There are many labor sectors that have worker shortages, and getting students involved for employment certifications in high school will help get them good jobs and help fill those labor shortages. We applaud the 3 provisions of this bill. We know there's a lot of attention that's been given to the goal of 45% of students being college ready, but then we need to focus on the other 55% to make sure that they're career ready. And this bill is a good way to do that, providing equal access and parity for employers to be on the same level as higher education institutions in the high school guidance departments. So we support this bill enthusiastically and urge you to give it a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Lucci. Thank you for being concise. Is Owen Khan also testifying from?
No, he's my chief of staff. He showed up on the
All
list.
right, so I'm just crossing him off then. Christopher Dews with JOTF, which I know to be the Job Opportunities Task Force. Is he in the room? Mr. Dews? All right, then we will go to favorable with amendments. And I saw Mr. Willems earlier, John Willems with the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Mr. Willems, welcome.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 318 and Senator Rosapep's efforts to provide equitable opportunities to students and families pursuing educational pathways towards career goals. I do, in my written testimony, identify concerns related to the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA. School systems can, without parental consent, release certain student directory information, but have to be really careful about soliciting and securing parental consent for releasing other information. I think that the bill probably misstates the rights of students or parents and guardians to release that information. The student really can't. Certainly a minor student can't do that. And so that would be addressed by basically changing the word not to whether to allow parents to determine whether to share this information. But I think that's not doing great damage or disservice to the intent of the bill. And with regard to the fees, thinking it might be helpful to provide the requirement that school systems provide equitable access to fees. The testimony provides ensure equitable access to students choosing these educational pathways. School systems may have, for instance, graduated sliding scales of what they pay, what portion they pay of a given fee or student assessment fee. So just maybe it's too simple to say, if we pay for this, we should pay for that. It's a little more complicated than that, but we do want to be equitable in covering both academic assessments and NCTE assessments. Just think that the bill might be a little too prescriptive.
In technical education.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. I'm forgetting yes. Career and technical education, CTE.
I'm sorry, Mr. Willems, you have a few more seconds. Is there something else you wanted to complete? Are you good?
Just that we are supportive of this legislation with the concerns and amendments requested in our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willems. And Mr. Willems addressed a question I had for you, Senator Rosapep. You didn't speak to your amendment that was in our packet about the word not. And so whether it's removing it or the word whether, do you have?
Yeah, no, it's basically the issue is I'm flexible on that. I mean, this is more a message for the school systems if we pass the bill, is you can have opt-in or opt-out. I just want to be sure that if it is an opt-in, it's made clear to people the value of getting the information, because that's the big deal. I mean, if they say, do you not want to get information about a job that starts at $20 an hour at age 17, then opt out. I just want to be sure that people get the value proposition here. So you get the idea.
Thank you, Senator Rosapep. Senator Croza has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And I appreciate Senator Rosapep bringing the career-focused initiatives to the committee.
Thank you for your help.
I guess since I have both the senator and John available, I'm trying to understand how this actually works. So I have 3 technical high schools in my district, 1 in each county.
Mm-hmm.
How do you envision this working on the ground between students and the apprenticeship, and how does this all walk me through the process?
There are 3 different provisions. Which provision are you talking about?
Well, specifically, it looked like you were trying to provide some assistance with registering for the apprenticeship programs.
Sort of, but not quite. So let me just take them one by one. On fees that you have to pay to take a test, basically, it would apply to people in a CTE school or in a non-CTE school if they are taking a skills-related test that as they would take an SAT test. So it would not be limited to CTE students. It would be focused on people who are taking some kind of skill-based test to be able to move ahead in their career as a high school student. So that would be available to anybody taking that test, just the way the SATs are available to people thinking about going to college. So that's the way that would work. We just say, sort of as Mr. Williams pointed out, they'd figure out some way to make sure that they're covering the cost in an equitable way, the way they do it for the folks taking the academic tests. On the provision about equal visibility, again, it's the same thing. It would not just apply to CTE programs. It would be if the front hallway at one of your high schools in your district has 25 college pennants, it at least ought to have 2 or 3 logos of apprenticeship programs or local employers. It just ought to show visually that we're not just about college, we're about career ready too. So that's soft and visible. Each school would have to decide it. It's not being prescriptive. It's just getting the policy direction that we want to up the visibility of career opportunities. And the third one relates to the platform, the Naviance platform. And again, that's not limited to CT students. That's most students participate, depending on the county, in this exploration. And it just would provide that the employers and the employees would be able to apply. And I've met with the people with Naviance, who are the major vendor in the state, and they say they can do it. They're happy to do it. 5 years ago, they didn't do it. When I asked them to do it, they said, we're a new company. We can't afford to do it. We're not getting asked from the school systems. But they say now they're better capitalized and they could do it, but they need to be asked by the school systems. And so the legislation is designed to ask the school systems to ask.
Okay, I'll look for that to be flushed out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
Thank you. I see no other questions for Senator Rosapep, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 318. Thank you, Senator Rosapep and witnesses. And the next bill is Senator Rosapep again. He obviously misses being on EHE.
I do.
He likes visiting us.
I love seeing you guys.
This one is Education Jobs That Require Driving Requirements, Drivers Education for Good Jobs Act of 2022. Senator Rosapep, you may begin.
Thank you. So if the last bill was broad, this is very focused. This is about CTE, and it's about CTE for driving. I first ran into this issue about 4 or 5 years ago when I was meeting with the leadership of the companies that work in the Port of Baltimore. And I was saying, what are your problems hiring people? You need workers. There are lots of people who want to work in Baltimore. And one of the top issues identified was young people not having driver's licenses. I said, okay. You need a driver's license to operate heavy equipment. You need a driver's license to drive a truck. All the stuff that's kind of obvious when you think about it. And they said, 30 years ago, the school systems gave up driver's ed. And so right now, to learn to be a driver of anything, you got to pay out of your own pocket, which is fine for, upper middle class people who aren't looking for a driving job. But for working class people and lower income people, it's a barrier to opportunity. And so I put that in the back of my mind, but never did anything about it. And then last fall, 2 things happened. One is we all saw the crisis in the shortage of school bus drivers. And I was like, school bus drivers, they got a problem too. And then I actually had a conversation with Mr. Champion from the Trucking Association, who will testify on this. And he said what we all know is the huge shortage of truck drivers, which is what part of the reason we have the logistics problems and the supply chain problems in the American economy today. So Mr. Champion called to my attention a pilot project in Washington County to create a CT program in driving. And so I ended up touching base with folks at the MTA, with folks with school systems, with folks with the unions that represent drivers at WMATA and, as I say, MTA. And you'll have testimony from the companies that contract the school bus drivers. And basically, I learned from them what's going on. And what's going on is we have no clear pathway for driving jobs. And there are lots of great driving jobs. Some of them are like structured but crazy hours like a school bus driver. Some of them are like regular jobs, like a public bus driver. Some of them are like Smokey and the Bandit, like a truck driver. And now, of course, some of them are like Uber and Lyft drivers. And so I'm like, what a huge opportunity, because we need drivers. Suburban state, cars are not going away anytime soon. Trucks are not going away anytime soon. Self-driving everything is not quite here. And the beauty from the point of view of the kids is driving takes skill. And we know that lots of people aren't good drivers. But the good news is that learning to drive doesn't take 5 years. It is a program that you can do in a high school and have kids ready to earn money driving. It fits perfectly with Kerwin in terms of youth apprenticeships in high school. There's some complications you're going to hear more about, which are the age limits for certain kinds of driving. The big picture is that federal law pretty much says you got to be 21 to drive truck driving in interstate commerce. The current law set a minimum age, and one of my witnesses will know better than I do, to drive a school bus. But I worked with this team that you're going to hear from, and the bill is basically saying, let's have a CTE program that begins in high school, getting kids their learner's permits as soon as they get their learner's permit, just like some of us did when we were in high school. Then that allows them to get their regular license within a year or two or three, or year two. But you have to have your regular driver's license before you can get your commercial driver's license. There are a lot of complex rules around this. All this bill says is, number one, we reduce the minimum age for being a school bus driver to 19 and 6 months, 19 and 6 months, so that we can get it as close as possible to kids coming out with training. And it says that the CTE committee that is set up under the Kerwin plan, which is in charge of this sort of stuff going forward. It's MSD right now, but it'll be a CTE committee going forward based on the Kerwin law, should develop a driver's CTE program. That's the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosapap. So it was hard not to interrupt. I just want to remind senators and witnesses to try to avoid using acronyms so that people who are following along at home have some idea of what we're talking about. So
my apologies.
Career Technical Education, WMATA is the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Association Authority, which is the metro system. MTA is the Maryland Transit Administration, and MSDE is the Maryland State Department of Education. Those are the ones I caught.
And Kerwin is a human being, and it's the blueprint is the law. My apologies.
That's all right. I just want to make sure that
it's good advice.
Along are aware of what we're talking about. So Louis Campion is your lead witness from the Maryland Motor Truck Association. Mr. Campion, if you can.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to our sponsor. We are here wholeheartedly supporting this legislation. There is a massive shortage of truck drivers. Currently, that number was just updated last October. It's 80,000 across the country, projected to be 100,000 in less than a year. Even my 22 board members have an immediate need for 650 drivers here in the state of Maryland. That's an average of roughly 30 per company if they could get them tomorrow. Our sponsor already talked about the impact on the supply chain. You know, we support manufacturing, retail, agricultural. All of that is part of the impact of truck drivers and the shortage. And for years, actually, the age limit with regards to running a truck across state lines or hauling interstate freight was 21. That is still the case. However, in Maryland and in all 50 of the states, you can get a commercial driver's license at 18. And if I'm in Texas or California, I could run for 2 days at 18, 19, 20 years old, and I would never cross state lines. Obviously, in a small state like Maryland, I can't drive an hour in almost any direction before I'm crossing state lines. And so the Federal Infrastructure and Investment Act that actually passed in Congress has a pilot program that's really important to our industry. And that will allow 3,000 drivers over the next 3 years who are ages 18 to 20 to operate in interstate commerce, provided that those companies have additional training requirements. There are new entry-level driver training requirements for CDL holders, and have certain safety technologies equipped on their vehicles. Senator Rosapap mentioned Williamsport High School. They have a fantastic program they are getting ready to start, modeled after a program that's been up for 3 to 4 years in California, where they will become the first high school program in Maryland to train students in their senior years to be ready to test for their commercial learner's permit, and will feed directly into the program that Hagerstown has for obtaining your full commercial driver's license. We think this is a great opportunity in an industry that you can earn a 6-figure income at in many cases. You know, it's just a great chance to help promote driving as a career, and we encourage a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campion. Next up is Erin Appel, Capital Strategies. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. It's good to see everyone. I am here today on behalf of the Maryland School Bus Contractors Association, which is the state association of private companies that own and operate the school buses that contract with individual school systems. I'm here today in full support of Senate Bill 422, which would go a long way to help the school bus industry deal with the current driver shortage they're facing, which the Senate sponsor referenced. The school bus driver shortage we're facing now is not new, nor is it unique to Maryland, as I'm sure you all know. That being said, COVID certainly did not help with what was already a huge issue for the industry. Just to provide a little bit of background on Maryland's school bus contractor system, and I did provide some of the numbers, the breakdown numbers in the packet that I emailed out just prior to the hearing, that includes sort of a breakdown of the private owned versus county owned buses. As you'll see, approximately half of the 7,000 plus school buses used to transport children in Maryland are contractor owned, and just about every county in the state relies on contractors to transport kids. Only 4 jurisdictions own and operate their own school bus fleets. The rest rely all or in part on school bus contractor companies, which own their buses and employ the drivers who drive them. The size of these companies varies greatly. Some contractors own as little as 1 or 2 buses. Others own a fleet of 100 or more, and everywhere in between. Counties and contractors alike have had an extremely difficult time attracting and retaining school bus drivers for the past number of years. This eventually led to a number of driver strikes throughout Maryland at the beginning of the school year, and many jurisdictions responded by raising driver wages or offering bonuses, which is certainly a huge part of the solution. The other key is training and getting applicant drivers behind the wheel as efficiently as possible while not sacrificing student safety. This bill would help the school bus industry in 2 ways. One, it would establish training and a career pathway for young people to obtain a CDL in the state, which is required currently to drive a school bus. As one would imagine, it's far easier and quicker to get a new applicant behind the wheel of a bus if he or she already has a CDL. It would also grant local boards of education the ability to lower the current minimum driving age of a school bus driver from 21, which is the current, to 19 and a half, which would essentially, and it would provide that they have to have 3 or more years of regular driving experience. So typically kids are getting their driver's license now at about 16 and a half. This would allow for them to get that 3 years. And so that's why the 19 and a half was picked.
Okay.
It's important to note the bill does not mandate a lower driving age. It merely permits local boards of ed to do so if they choose. In more rural jurisdictions in which young people begin driving large-scale farm equipment and other large vehicles early on, boards of education may see fit to lower the minimum driving age for a school bus driver below 21.
Thank you,
This
Ms.
would further serve to expand the pool of potential drivers while not sacrificing the safety of the student.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lemoria. Ms. Appel, sorry, we really try to run a tight ship. We have a long day still.
Sorry about that. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I think maybe my microphone was, who knows? Mr. Williams is here, favorable with amendment for the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. You're up again, Mr. Willems.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, testifying in support with amendments. As my written testimony emphasizes, these are extraordinary times, and this is, in our view, an extraordinary legislative initiative to essentially incent school systems to encourage students to pursue a newly developed pathway through the Career and Technical Education Committee established by the Blueprint. And while we might be inclined to say, wait until we see the implementation plan, wait until there's more of the infrastructure built, that is not what we're saying in regard to this bill, that this is an emergency, this is timely, and we think appropriate to undertake for all the reasons that Senator Rosapep and Mr. Campion have articulated. And so with that said, I laid it on perhaps a little thick in 2 pages of testimony, but it's to emphasize what a high priority we place on safety when it comes to student transportation. And so there's the CDL, there's the bus driver training, there's the background check, there are tests with regard to drugs and alcohol, all of the things that the general citizenry would and should expect that we undertake to provide that extra level of protection and safety. And lastly, it is kind of a career technical education commission issue. We would urge kind of reluctance or rejection of quotas or specific numeric goals. We wrestle with what happens when we receive these kind of enrollment goals. We want to resist any tracking of students to these professions. And so, and this goes for the blueprint going forward. We really are not going to be keen on specific numeric quantifiable goals from the new CTE Commission to be placing students in specific career pathways. We understand the alignment with the industry and where jobs are needed, but we think those are kind of 2 different things in terms of the prescriptive nature of an outside body setting goals for us in terms of enrolling students in pathway programs. So with that, we are fully supportive of the legislation and initiative to create the pathway and to highlight this opportunity for these good paying jobs for our students. Thank you.
Mr. Willems. I have a quick question. And Senator Rosapep, we generally take questions from committee members, but if somebody has a question for Senator Rosapep, speak to that. My question is for Mr. Willems. You emphasized, and frankly, Senator Rosapep did too, but that we are facing shortages now. Everybody is aware of all of that. Were we not in the midst of a pandemic? Were we not facing employee shortages, staff shortages in so many areas? Would you still be supporting this bill? Because if we pass this isn't just now for COVID, this is forever and ever, unless there's amendments or modifications. You think it's good policy just going forward? I just want to make sure that we don't have an asterisk that this is a COVID bill.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could, the answer is really conditioned on the fact that this bill is authorizing, and so it creates the authorization for us to work with the CTE committee. The CTE, the Career Technical Education Committee, has to establish the pathway under the bill, but we do not have to be employing 19-and-a-half-year-olds as school bus drivers, and so. That would be, I think, kind of problematic as a stipulated mandate, if you will, under any circumstances. But I do think, aligned with the blueprint, with or without COVID, we're looking at ways to back map higher expectations and greater clarity for students as to what their options are, and that they're not all college prep options, that there are good paying careers, rewarding careers, in fields from plumbing to computer science to driving careers. And so that's the appreciation for Senator Rosapep highlighting this.
Thank you, Mr. Willems. Senator Ellis has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Rosapep, very interesting bill. So are you bringing back driver's ed in the high schools? Is that what this bill does?
May I answer, Madam Chair? It's narrower than that. It's only bringing it back for folks in the career and technical education pathway. I mean, I wouldn't be against bringing back driver's ed for everybody, but this is focused on people who need to be able to drive to make a living. So it seems to be very kind of narrowly targeted on folks who need, it's a skill. I mean, it's a job skill.
Yeah, so so with the limitations on, say, the professional drivers being, I think I heard 21. So how would they get the skills necessary if federal law prohibits them from getting behind, say, big rig.
Big rig, yeah. It varies all over the map. There are different rules for different kinds of driving, and I cannot recite them to you. It gives me a headache. They're so complex. But Mr. Campion talked about the federal rule for interstate driving, truck driving. But the truth is, there is non-interstate truck driving in Maryland. There are dump trucks. There are all kinds of stuff where you don't cross. So there are jobs without being 21 for truck driving. On the school bus driver thing, now it's 21, and this bill would allow it to come down to 19 and 6 months. That's the thing from the school bus driving thing that's really important.
Okay.
But then there are Lyft and Uber. I mean, there are all kinds of driving opportunities. The critical thing is to get kids to be able to qualify when they qualify and not push it off.
So will this bill authorize a specialized career technology education for drivers? So
yes.
Use the term, I guess, major or having a specialty. So it's you can say I want to major in
driving. Yeah.
Driving.
Driving doesn't get the respect that plumbing does and that intelligence work does, but driving is a real occupation in the United States.
Yeah. Well, I love it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Senator Hester? And then we will wrap up this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the sponsor for both this bill and the last bill. I support them both. In Howard County, we've had trouble getting school bus drivers. Sometimes the same bus driver has to do multiple routes. And I guess my question was about the career tracks in general. Is this currently missing from our current career track list? And is there kind of a review going on of what's in our career track list across the state and what's not? Or is that every county doing their own thing?
It's somewhere in between.
Okay.
It's a pretty
we can talk
complicated,
offline.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated system. But again, I come back to the blueprint. The blueprint created a new concept of this, which will be driven by the CTE committee set up under the blueprint to bring coherence to it.
Okay.
And so we'll talk offline.
Thank you very much. I support the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hester. There are still 2 bills left, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 422 and the Rosapep visit to EHE. Thank you. And
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Handing back to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We're going to Senate Bill 363, Senator Simon Ayer, Public High Schools, Health Education, Gambling, Dangers, and Addiction. We'll hear from Senator Simon Ayer, followed by Mary Drexler, followed by Ting Yang. Senator.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if my testifiers were able to stay to the end, so hopefully you'll read their testimony. I think you're familiar with this legislation as we passed this back in 2020, and then we ran out of time because of the shortened session due to COVID. We brought it back last year. We were ready to pass it, but unfortunately the bill was never brought up for a vote. So I'm hoping we will take a vote on this year as it is really needed. I was just looking at the Baltimore Sun front page today, and it was saying that the Maryland casinos began offering sports wagerings from an exhaustive list containing everything from Olympics, ski jumping, to badminton, to hot dog eating contests, chess, and of course, football. And I was also told that the money we get from the casinos is more than all the taxes we collect from our businesses in Maryland combined. So we're getting a lot of revenue from them. But back to the bill, it's not a mandate on local jurisdictions, but it gives them the tools to provide information and help our students. And so we say, why is this bill needed? The educational system asked for hundreds of millions of dollars in more funding, and they actively promoted gambling revenues as a way to pay for it. Thus, the legislature passed gambling for education funds and continues to expand the number of gambling revenues, venues, amount of gambling devices, and new ways to gamble. Most recently, the legislature added sports betting to that mix. And while education definitely gains large amounts of revenue, there is a dark side of gambling for too many people. That's known as an acceptable loss for the overall good of Maryland. We need to minimize the number of negatively impacted by gambling, and Senate Bill 363 does just that. As far as the urgency of this issue, it was highlighted by the Responsible Gambling Council, where they stated, of any age group, 18 to 24-year-olds are the highest risk of developing a gambling problem. That's our students coming out of high school. I've worked with the teachers, superintendents, MSDE on this issue, and they're not opposing the legislation, but they voiced their general comment about curriculum. Additionally, MSDE noted that they have the Maryland Comprehensive Health Education Framework, and it highlights gambling indirectly. When I looked at the document, alcohol was mentioned 55 times, but gambling was mentioned 0 times. If gambling is mentioned in education, it is buried deep in the overall addiction topics and of no consequence. We need to be responsible for our actions. The educational system cannot ask for the financial benefits of gambling and minimize the help needed with one of the highest risk gambling populations. We need action, and we need action today. It is our moral obligation, just as this body provided instruction for the potential dangers of alcohol and drugs. This is a serious issue and must be treated as such. We cannot just look at the rosy financial side of the equation. We must look at both sides of our actions and take the necessary actions. Now, just on a side note in closing, others recognize the issue, especially with online gambling and sports betting. The NFL just announced the largest grant to the National Council of Problem Gambling and acknowledges the serious issue. They stated, "We are thrilled to expand our partnership to advance the responsible betting support and prevention across the country. We are not asking for money, but we are asking for help with the vulnerable students. Prevention is the key, and that is exactly what I'm asking for. I humbly ask that you give Senate Bill 363 a vote this year." Thank you.
Let's go to Ms. Yang, please.
Oh, I am here, Mary Drexler. I don't know.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Ms. Drexler. Let's go to Ms. Drexler then. I apologize.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Mary Drexler. I am the Program Director for the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. The Maryland Center is in support of strong support of Senate Bill 363, which provides education to Maryland high school students on gambling and gambling addiction. Like other mental health disorders and other addictions like alcohol and drug misuse, problem gambling addiction is a health problem that can impact some of our youngest residents, as well as other ages all the way up through our senior citizens. Problem gambling is a public health problem affecting Maryland communities through increases in family problems, the needs for more counseling, social services, and legal services. It can lead to increases in family disruption, loss of academic and employment success, crime, bankruptcies, poverty, and even homelessness. And unfortunately, minority populations are disproportionately affected by problem gambling. According to the 2017 Maryland Prevalence Study on Gambling, 6.8% of Hispanic adults, 6.1% of Asian adults, and 3.7% of African American adults showed disordered gambling behaviors, compared to 0.8% for the Caucasian population here in the state. The implementation of this bill is crucial in reducing gambling and gambling addiction in Maryland. By offering these educational resources as early as age 14, teenagers can begin to form healthier practices regarding gambling that continue into their adulthood. It is estimated that 2% of Maryland adults are problem gamblers. With the increase in access to gambling activities now in Maryland, especially with the addition of the legalization of sports betting, this bill can allow us to raise the awareness that gambling is a risky behavior that can cause negative health impacts. By reaching students at a young age, potential gambling problems can be prevented through increased knowledge, awareness of resources for health, and how it also relates to and co-occur with mental health and substance misuse disorders. Including problem gambling addiction education and high school health education curriculums. So incorporating into what already exists will provide our youth with the knowledge needed to make healthier decisions concerning gambling behaviors. I'm not sure, but did you know that 1 in 4 high school students are gambling even though it's illegal? According to the 2018 Maryland Youth Risk Survey, behavior survey, 22% of Maryland high school students are gambling. Of the Maryland jurisdictions, Baltimore City high school students reported the highest percentage of gambling at 29%. It was followed by Prince George's County students with 26% of their students reporting gambling in the past year. Again, as it is illegal due to their age, because the law states you must be 18 to play the lottery, 21 to gamble in a casino, and 21 to bet on sports. More concerning is that our minority students in Maryland are disproportionately reporting gambling behaviors at a young age. 25% of Hispanic students reporting gambling, 22% of African-American students, as compared to 20% of Caucasian students. And also to note of the survey of high school students, male students report increased gambling behavior with 31% of male high school students reporting gambling compared to 13% of female students. So to let you know what the center has been doing beginning in 2015, the center in collaboration with the National Center of School of Mental Health has implemented a problem gambling prevention curriculum called Maryland Smart Choices in some schools in Baltimore City. Maryland Smart Choices is a 3-session, 45-minute program designed to provide students with information about the risks associated with gambling and emphasizes informed decision-making with the goal of preventing behaviors which may lead to gambling disorders. It has been updated to include examples of sports betting and online gambling, as well as looking at positive coping skills for mental health promotion, and will be piloted in 2 schools this spring. So for the 2022-23
Start to wrap up, please. Your time's running out.
Okay, so in conclusion, with the expansion of gambling in Maryland, our youth and high school students are even more exposed to gambling behaviors at a young age. With the help of Senate Bill 363, Maryland's youth can be properly educated about problem gambling. For these reasons, the Maryland Center of Excellence supports Senate Bill 363
Thank you.
hopes that the committee will do a favorable report.
Thank you. Ms. Yang.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinsky and members of the committee. My name is Tang Yang. I'm a student attorney with the University of Maryland Carey School of Law Public Health Clinic, testifying in support of Bill 363. I want to make 2 points today. First, high school is a critical time to educate our youth on the harms and risks of gambling addiction. And the second point is that educating our youth on the risks of gambling and harms of disordered gambling will help create an entire generation of responsible gamblers. The average age at which a child first gambles is 12 years old, younger than the average age for first use of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. Youth who gamble are 2 times more likely to use illegal drugs, 3 times more likely to smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol, and 4 times more likely to get into trouble with law enforcement. Gambling education programs like the Maryland Smart Choices Gambling Prevention Program, which was piloted in Baltimore City Public Schools, successfully raised students' awareness of gambling harms and the risks and impacts of addiction. Maryland's adult gambling and disordered gambling has grown since we approved the placement of slot machines in casinos in 2008, the construction of a new casino in Prince George's County in 2012, and legalized sports wagering in 2021. In fact, we are currently considering approving video lottery terminals at BWI. Disordered gambling causes financial hardship in vulnerable populations, like people with lower socioeconomic status. In fact, 1 in 5 disordered gamblers attempt suicide, a rate higher than any other addictive disorder. 25% more Marylanders actually gamble to win money than gamble to have fun. Viewing gambling as an investment activity instead of an entertainment activity will make people spend more than they can afford in hopes of financial gain. For these reasons, we urge a favorable vote on SB 363. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further, Senator Croza has a question.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Simonaire, for this bill. I actually have a family member who's a recovering gambling addiction. And I also represent Ocean Downs Casino. with the Stephen Decatur High School within just a couple miles. And so I wanted to just better understand when we're talking about putting something, in the high schools where obviously it's not burdensome to the locals, how you envision it so it can be win-win.
Thank you, and I'll answer it quick because I know we're at the end of the day, but it basically has the State Department develop the curriculum or use curriculum that's out there and provide it to the locals. And then it's up to the locals then to decide if they want to put it in their school system. They have the tools. And then after a couple of years, we report back to the State Department and say, here's who has done it and who has what curriculum they used and any kind of benefits from that. And hoping that more will implement it, given the problems we've had. We just brought in over $153 million just in January in gambling. It's a lot of money. It helps the state, but there's two sides to that coin, and we can't just turn a blind eye to those who are being devastated by it when we have the tools that can help them.
Does that answer your question? Seeing no other questions or witnesses, that concludes the hearing on that bill. We'll go to the last bill of the day. Also, Senator Simon Ayer, Anne Arundel County Republican Party Central Committee elections, SB 500. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I should be able to wrap this up in about 45 minutes. It's a very complicated bill. Seriously, it's going to be one of the easiest bills you've ever dealt with. Last year, they put a bill in to change Anne Arundel County Republican Central Committee members where they were elected by the district, and they wanted to change it to a smaller area with the councilmatic district. And so what they did is created 7 districts with 1 at large. Unfortunately, they didn't change the number. So instead of having 15, we now have 22, and this just simply put it back to 15. It's got approval of the state party. It's got approval of our delegation. That's the bill. And it's an emergency piece of legislation because they need it for the primary to do the ballots.
So you'd like it before crossover?
They would like it, yes, sir.
Okay, questions for the senator? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on that last bill of the day. Committee. Tomorrow we have 5 or 8 bills followed by a voting session. If it should have arrived in your office now, a voting list for tomorrow. Seeing that we're done, I apologize. I had 3 bills in budget and tax and 1 in finance today. So it was a pretty busy day. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for taking over. With that, we're adjourned.